After 7 wins in a row, the Americans had their win streak snapped by the Skunks in their own home stadium. Today, they look to bounce back and get payback for a controversial loss 2 weeks ago in a twin bill. It's the Americans. It's the Pioneers. It's a PGCBL doubleheader right here on the Americans Baseball Network.
That the ace of the Giant pitching staff that season was Niagara Falls native Sal Magley. A league-low 2.71 earned run.
They chose Niagara Falls because of the stadium, because of the history, because they believe in Niagara Falls.
Tickets 716-215-6161.
And where do you play?
We play right at Sal Magley, gorgeous stadium.
Set the 1-0 to Boyle. Is hammered to right field.
Go, baby, go, baby, go.
Come here,
go,
fence!
Baby.
That ball is way out of here.
Welcome back into Sal Magley Stadium. The Americans and Pioneers are getting set for a doubleheader. We'll have all the action right here on the Americans Baseball Network. Game 1 underway in just moments. We'll take a break, and then we will come back for Game 2. I'm Andrew Roberts. I'll be your play-by-play broadcaster for the whole season and both games today. In Game 1, I am here with my color commentator, Avery Vogt. Avery, how are you doing?
You know, it's a sunny day out, Andrew. It's a great day for baseball, and especially with a doubleheader going up today.
Yeah, definitely a beautiful day out. And for the first time, the Americans are set to play 2. First time this season, at least.
Yeah, and that usually affects the players too, Andrew. You have 2 games. You got to span it out. You got two 7-inning games. It's usually going to have some players rotating around, but
yeah,
kind of takes a toll on the players.
Yeah, no Grant Moore in the first game. We'll get you the full lineup a little later. But first, let's take a look at the PGCBL standings as it is right now. Americans and Doubledays are tied for that #1 spot. The Doubledays have the slight tiebreaker over Niagara Falls. Muck Dogs in third at 13-8. Elmira Pioneers are 11-9. In fourth place, Newark Pilots stand at 9-8-1. Tarp Skunks at 11-10. Red Wings at 5-15-1, and Ironbacks at 3-16. So the Americans and Doubledays tied for first. The Muck Dogs right on their tail. Pios are in a battle for that final playoff spot right now with the Pilots and Tarp Skunks. So high stakes for both of these teams. Americans fighting for first place. Pioneers fighting to hold on to their playoff position.
Yeah, going in today would have been a good day for the Americans how they won yesterday, but now they're closer with the Pioneers now, all fighting for playoff spots. But like you said before, Andrew, Americans are tied for first, but it'd be a good day to win 2 ball games today, Andrew.
Yeah, the Pioneers coming off a rough loss as well, so both teams losing in their most recent game. And then the Americans, however, before that loss last night, had 7 wins in a row, so the team has generally been doing well in the recent stretch. The problem over the last few days, the bats have gone a little bit cold. No more than 5 runs scored in each of the last 3 games, regardless of win or loss. So bats going to hope to get going today. Cordero's going to rotate around with a lot of different bats between the 2 games. So something is going to have to click for the Americans.
Yeah, last night just didn't seem like they had the bats going. They had 10 hits last night, I believe. But
Scored
they did
2 runs in the first inning.
They scored 2 runs, and then they were held scoreless for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Even in the extras, they had nothing going. But, you know, last night they ended the streak of the frappes here at Sal Magley. But tonight they just got to keep the bats swinging, especially with 2 games. I'm sure Cordero's going to rotate some players around. But tonight you just got to keep the bats going, try not to leave any runners on, and get some runs in today.
My apologies. We just lost our camera temporarily here. We are working to get that back. But 1 second. We'll be right back in just a moment. My apologies for that. Camera is back here, and we are back here on the broadcast. Andrew Roberts here with Avery Vo. We're going to pause for the national anthem in just a moment. Just going to have to keep an eye on that camera. Been having some issues staying connected today. But at the time being, we have a nice view of this beautiful day at Sal Magley. And we will pause for the national anthem.
We ask that you please rise if you are able and remove your hats for the singing of the national anthem. For tonight's anthem, please welcome who else but the red, white, and blue for of the stadium, Yankee Doodle Dam.
Once they get moving, you can wait. Is Justin down there? Yeah, you're good. But then say the mountains and everything's up there.
Who's throwing first pitch?
Thank you, Dan. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the mound for tonight's ceremonial first pitch. For tonight's first pitch, please welcome Justin Royak. Justin was a member of the Niagara Falls American staff, where he took the role of clubhouse manager. Justin returned this season to help out the new interns, but is also working his last game tonight. Please help us send our gratitude to Justin and thank him for all he did. The mound is yours.
An amazing national anthem and an amazing first pitch by Justin Royak. Apologies for the continued issues with our camera, but we're going to hope that it holds up here for today's game. And in the meantime, we'll give you a look at the Elmira Pioneers lineup. Aiden Grabowski going to be leading things off, playing shortstop. The DH, Ty Martineau, batting second. TJ Gramesti, the best batting average and OPS on the entire Pios team, batting third, playing right field. Michael Palmer, the cleanup hitter, playing first base. Cooper Smith in left, batting fifth. A third consecutive lefty in Anthony Manganiello doing the catching. Carl Wagner, the extra hitter, batting seventh. John Simmons bats eighth. Jacob Moniz in the 9-hole. And then Benjamin Rohde, the center fielder, to round things out. Some great speed that he's looking to show off in that position. And they will be facing CJ Hurley, making the start. He's had a couple of starts this season, also a couple of appearances out of the bullpen. 1-1 record, 5.06 ERA, and 15 strikeouts. Avery, what are you looking to see out of Hurley in his return to starting pitching today?
Well, the one thing I noticed, Andrew, is Hurley's a lefty, and with these Pioneers, they have a decent amount of lefty bats in this lineup. So what I'm looking for is Hurley to have the advantage here against lefty-on-lefty matchups. So that's going to get the Americans some outs that are going to be needed in this game. Hopefully get some quick outs, but what I'm looking for is for Hurley to keep bringing these strikes and attacking the zone against the righties here as well today.
Yeah, definitely. And these Pioneers, I feel, were planning for what's a very right-handed heavy Americans pitching staff, but the Americans countering with their sole lefty in the staff. They will have Robert Leach most likely out of the bullpen in this game, and he's a right-hander, so that'll change the dynamic. But for now, the left-on-left matchups throughout this lineup. But first, the right-hander, Aiden Grabowski, to lead off against Hurley. It's ball one to him. Now 1-1. Hurley facing Grabowski for the first time this season. The Americans and Pioneers have only played once. Hurley did not pitch. That's a line drive down the first base line for a base hit. And Grabowski headed around to second. He's going to end up with a double on the liner down the first base line. Grabowski has continued to star for these Pioneers in his second year with the team.
Now batting, number 6.
What a knock by him.
Yeah, he just saw a pitch that he liked, and he hit it to the right field and stayed fair, unfortunately, for the Americans. So now we got to see what Hurley does here with a runner on second and no outs.
Yeah, definitely. Runner on second. Very early in this game for Hurley. And now, Ty Martineau up next. First pitch will be low and away for ball one. Martineau batting .364 on the year with a .781 OPS. Comes from Flagler College. Division II school. Moved down to that level after being at Division I for many years. And bunt shown. It'll be a strike. Count is now even. CJ Hurley looking for his first out of the game after the early double by Grabowski. And last time that these teams faced off, the Pioneers won 5-3. Some controversial calls in there, but a win's a win for Elmira. They're looking to carry that momentum into this game, hoping that it'll override the tough loss against Batavia yesterday. My apologies. Hurley did pitch that last game against the Pioneers. So has faced Grabowski before, but it's now 2-2 in the count. Interesting that the Americans are using the same starting pitcher against Elmira for the second game in a row against them.
Yeah, it's just the one thing I can think of here is for him to bounce back. You know, the only way to rebuild confidence is get your get back on a team that maybe got a couple of hits on you and you know put some runs up on you. But let's see what Hurley does here today. Hopefully, get some easy outs here for the Americans.
Right now, the 2-2 count on the batter Martineau. Last time out against the Pios, gave up 3 earned runs on 6 hits in 5 innings. Hurley checks on Grabowski. Now it's another line drive base hit into right field. Runners on the corners. The Pios getting the early traffic on the base paths here, and TJ Gramesti is up next, looking to really get this game going for Elmira. Gramesti is the best hitter on this Pioneers squad. On the year, batting .424 with an 11-12 OPS. Comes from FAU. That's going to be a ground ball picked up at third by Bowles. Out at second, and no out at first. That is not in time. Run going to come around to score.
No, we didn't. Stayed at third.
Or excuse me, stays at third base. So no run yet.
Now batting, number 17.
But a fielder's choice. Going to get the runner out at second. It's still runners on the corners. Gramesti taking Martineau's spot. Michael Palmer up to bat next against Hurley. This is Palmer's first time seeing the Americans. It's a high fly ball into left field. Gavin Boyle going to make the grab, and tagging up is the lead runner, Aiden Grabowski. He will score. Pioneers now take that 1-0 lead on the sac fly by Palmer. 2 down and a runner on.
Now batting, number 8, Cooper Smith.
Cooper Smith will be up next. the left fielder for Elmira, batting .286 with a .678 OPS.
Yeah, we're into the density part of the lefties here.
And a rare sight, the fact that Cooper Smith is a fourth-year returnee for Elmira. That's very rare to see.
Yeah, like we see with the Americans, we have some 2-year returners, but yeah, 4 years is not something you see every day.
There's another line drive into right field. It'll be a base hit and more. Headed towards second is Cooper Smith. Run will come around to score. And TJ Gramesti will score on the double by Cooper. Pioneers lead 2-0 in the early going with 2 down. Anthony Manganiello, the catcher, is up next. Manganiello, the .250 hitter, 726 OPS. Has split time at catcher with TJ Gramesti last game. Gramesti caught, and Manganiello was the one in the outfield, but now strike one on Manganiello at the plate. Another lefty for this team. Upstairs, count is even. So 1-1 count. Hurley delivers. It's outside. Puts it back in the favor of the batter, Manganiello. Hurley. Swing and miss by Manganiello to even up the count. 2s across the board. Anthony Manganiello playing these Americans for the second time this season. Big lead at second base for Cooper Smith. It's going to be a pop-up into the middle infield. Gazaldo's under it. He'll make the grab for out number 3. So that'll do it, but the Pioneers an early 2-0 lead on 3 hits. We'll be right back with the bottom of the first after the break.
Fans, if you've been to a game, you know that I give away pizza to a lucky fan in the middle of the 3rd inning. But what you might not know is that Sammy's is located right across the street. They've also been family owned and operated for 3 generations since 1962 and originated the half tray of pizza. But if you're hungry at the game, you can stop by the concession stand and get a slice of Sammy's for yourself.
Back for the bottom of the first inning. CJ Hurley giving up 2 runs in that top of the inning. We'll give you the Americans lineup. Leading off is going to be Tommy Mathay in right field. Evan Core in center batting second. Ethan Madison, the extra hitter, will bat third. Gavin Boyle in the cleanup spot playing left. Paul Delanto's back in the lineup as DH. He bats fifth. Shane Prey going to play first for the first time this season. The number 6 hitter. Dalton Harper doing the catching again in the 7-hole. Chris Gazaldo, the shortstop, batting 8th. Ian Huang at second base, batting 9th. And the lineup will be rounded out by Brady Bowles, the third baseman. Starting pitcher for Elmira to face these Americans is Bobby Boeing. Boeing spent some time with the Barry JV team this past season. 0-2 with a 6.19 ERA and 9 strikeouts here in the PGCBL.
Yeah, Andrew, we got a rare thing here for the Americans. We got the owner, Robbie Nichols, playing first base coach today, it looks like.
Yeah, Robbie going to serve as first base coach for the Americans. The fun dynamic about this is Nichols actually owns both these teams.
Yeah, it's almost like a conflict of interest here. You got 2 teams that he owns, and I'm wondering who he wants to win here, but I would hope it's the Americans.
Got to go for the home team.
Yeah.
First base coach certainly has an impact on the game, but Cordero at third will be given the stop signs. So that should have even more impact on the game than Nichols at first.
Definitely, I'm not sure how well invested Robbie is into baseball and if he knows all the signs and whatnot, but at least we got Cordero on third helping him out there.
Yeah. Of note for the lineup, Grant Moore sitting out this first game. I'd imagine he'll play the second game. No lineup confirmed yet, but Grant Moore has played all but 2 games this season, has had a bit of a lingering knee ailment. So I'd imagine they're going to try and let him take it easy here and, if anything, only play in one of these games.
Yeah, and one thing to note.
Keep that knee intact.
One thing to know, Andrew, is he did have Chipotle today, so hopefully if he plays in the second game, he'll get his hits across.
Yeah, but that's not going to be a factor in this first one of the doubleheader. Tommy Mathey will lead off instead. 174 hitter, 443 OPS. In right field today as Evan Core shifts over to center to fill in for Moore. Mathey will take the first pitch from Boeing on the low outside corner for strike 1. Mathey also made a pitching appearance this season, struck out 1 in that. Big cut and miss, and he's got 2 strikes on him here from Boeing. Bobby Boeing started the season opener for the Pioneers. Was a bit of a rough go for him. Since then has settled in a little bit. Gotten that ERA actually down to 6.19 from a much higher spot early in the year. It's a foul ball to keep Mathey alive. But Boeing facing these Americans for the first time this season. We'll see if these bats can get going against him.
Yeah, it'd be a great appearance here for the Americans with this first game of this doubleheader for them to get swinging, get some hits on, and get some runners across. So we'll see what they do with the tests like Bobby Boeing, but let's see what happens here.
And it's ball 1 on the batter Mathey. Now a high fly ball in foul territory, left field. Chasing it down to make the grab is Cooper Smith. So Mathey down early on the flyout in foul territory. Evan Core will bat next. Evan Core on the year is batting .275 with a 762 OPS. His on-base streak most recently snapped in last night's game. Drops in the dirt for the first ball. So Evan Core, a very hot start to the season. Looking to refine that here at the end of June. It's a high chopper. Picked up by Grabowski at short, sent to first for out number 1. It's Michael Palmer playing first base for the Pios, and he completes the 6-3 ground out. Ethan Madison batting next. It was a bit of a rough night for him last night. A few strikeouts despite a base hit.
Yeah, one thing to note, too, we had bases loaded. Madison took off from third a little early, and they caught him after the line drive right to the shortstop, and they caught him running home a little early. So, unfortunately, it was a double play there, but let's see how he bounces back.
Yeah, definitely, and it's strike 1 on Madison on the outside edge of the zone. Only Paul Dolanto has struck out more. It's a ground ball right to Simmons at third. A throw across the field in time for out number 3. The Americans go down 1-2-3 to start off this game, and the Pioneers leading in the early going 2-0. We'll be right back with the second inning.
No, I'm kind of thirsty.
Me too. We could really use something.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Yankee Doodle Dan.
That's better.
Top of the second inning, CJ Hurley looking to keep the damage to a minimum after 2 early runs allowed. The Americans go down 1-2-3 to Bobby Boeing in the bottom of the first. The second inning here on the Americans Baseball Network is brought to you by Bully Hill Vineyards, a great place to grab lunch and taste over 40 different wines. Go to bullyhillvineyards.com for more. Andrew Roberts back with Avery Vogt as the Pioneers will bring up Carl Wagner, John Simmons, and Jacob Moniz in this top of the second inning. And Avery not quite as sharp as 7, 8, 9 as the top of the order for Elmira, but certainly capable hitters.
Yeah. Looking at their stats here for these hitters, they've all got at least higher than about a 200 batting average. So let's see how Hurley deals with the damage here. I mean, he's already given up 3 hits, 2 runs. Not something you want to see, but it's not how he starts, it's how he responds. So let's see what he does here. Maybe they go 1, 2, 3 here and get back up and try to get these bats going again.
Well, it's an early strike on the foul ball, and now it's even at 1s on the outside ball 1. So 1s on the count. Hurley throws inside for ball 2. The pitch will be popped up behind home plate. That's going to drop out of play into the stands. Ends up going over the stands as well, hence the lack of a big thunk. Some kids still trying to chase down that ball. All foul balls can be exchanged for snacks here at the barbershop. 2's on the count, and it's an outside ball 3 to fill things up. Pios lead 2-0 in this top of the second inning, so 2's all around right here. But Carl Wagner, the payoff pitch from Hurley, is going to be lined into right field, and Mathey is there to make the grab for out number 1. Tommy Mathey filling in right field today, and he's done well so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great catch. Mathey really didn't have to move much there, but for me, that was a good start for Hurley. Gets 1 out, and I mean, the rest of his lineup coming through, but let's just see how he responds. And like I said before, maybe it goes 1, 2, 3 here.
And that's a nice strike on the breaking ball. Ends up on the outside low corner. Yes, a lot of times starting pitchers, even if they have a rough first inning, can settle in after that. It's what Jamestown's starting pitcher did last night, Hunter Bell. Some rough innings early and then recovered. But it's 2 strikes for Hurley here on very similar pitches. Now that one off target for ball 1.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Andrew, sometimes, it's just going out there and, you got to get settled in, Maybe first couple of pitches, first couple of batters, you're just you're not feeling in. But once you get in your groove, you keep going and just try to keep that, streak alive of just getting batters out. And it seems Hurley's settled down here a little bit.
Right now, these pitches are trending further and further outside for Hurley, though. 2-2 with 1 down. Hurley looking to refine the strike zone right here. It's fouled off as Simmons stays alive. John Simmons, only a .217 batting average, but his OPS up at 801. He's got some power. Played a mix of first and DH at Liberty, now third here for the Pios. It's a pop-up into the shallow outfield. Gazaldo says he's got it. He will make the grab for the second time today. Chris Gazaldo with a strong start on defense. He's had his ups and downs out at shortstop, but today he's looking sharp.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Andrew, he's been looking good so far. The one thing I would note, though, is he looks like he's fighting the sun out there. He's got his hand in the air, maybe get a little shade, try to find that ball a little better. So maybe the sun will come into play today, but so far for Gazaldo, hasn't affected him yet.
Wouldn't count as an error if the sun is a factor. It's a ground ball, and it's picked up at second base by Ian Huang, sent to first for out number 3. A 1-2-3 inning after the 2-run first for Elmira. We'll send it to the bottom of the second as the Americans look to climb back.
My fellow American fans, my name is Frankie Morris, your social media manager. You can join us all summer long with many promotional nights and tickets just as low as $10. You can call and get tickets at 716-215-6161 and take a crack at the action.
This season, get yourself the latest Americans gear. Hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts, baseballs, and much, much more. Stop by the merchandise stand by concessions.
And we are here in the bottom of the second from Sal Magley. Americans and Pioneers facing off, and the Americans went 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first, but CJ Hurley doing the same thing to Elmira in the top of the second. So now Gavin Boyle, Paul Delanto, and Shane Prey coming up to bat, looking to get the Americans back in this game after the 2-0 deficit.
Yeah, Andrew, I'm looking for the Americans here to have a little patience, you know. Maybe not trying to swing at the first pitch or second pitch you see. Maybe, you know, wait to see something you like better. Maybe the ball goes outside of the box, you want to wait, but I'm waiting here for Boeing to, you know, maybe throw a little fastball down the middle, get a hit, and get these runners on base, and maybe run the score up here for a little bit for the Americans.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Delanto and Gavin Boyle, two of the top 3 frequent flyers and strikeouts for these Americans. So showing some patience going to be very important for them here. Anthony Manganiello behind the plate, looking back behind him, and now settling in as Gavin Boyle will bat for the first time today. Had a double in his first at bat yesterday. That drove in Grant Moore after the leadoff walk. But now Boyle coming up with the bases empty to start the second inning. It's outside for ball 1. Manganiello tried to frame that into the strike zone, but umpire not falling for it.
Yeah, he kind of over-exaggerated there, waiting to see if he gets the strike call, but unfortunately no dice. Same thing there, too.
Yeah, tried to pull it up, but it was low. 2-0. And Manganiello's got to catch on soon that his framing is not working with this home plate umpire.
Yeah, it never hurts to try, though, at least. Maybe fool the umpire once or twice a year, but we'll see how as the game goes on what happens.
Yeah, Boeing bringing the swing and miss stuff right there. Gavin Boyle, the cut and miss on the breaking ball that ends up below him. But the count in his favor after those early balls. And he's going to drive that into center field.
Yes.
It will drop in front of Benjamin Rohde for the base hit. Gavin Boyle, the first hit of the day for the Americans. And Paul Delanto will follow him up.
Yeah, Andrew, we just saw a nice piece of hitting there from Boyle. Hits a ball, gets it right to the center of the infield, and now we got a runner on, and let's see how the Americans respond here. Maybe get a run or two across here.
Boyle, funny enough, now an equal number of singles and doubles on the season. 6 total hits, 3 have been doubles. Paul Delanto with some power, but we'll see what his approach is here between power and patience. It's a called strike 1 on the outside corner, so Delanto not biting at that. Here's the 0-1 from Boeing. It's upstairs. The breaking ball looked like Boeing was trying to get it to sink a little bit, but just did not have that drop he wanted.
Yeah, Paul Delanto seemed like it was going to happen too. Kind of pulled his bat back a little quickly there, but yeah, no swing, and we get ball 1 on the board.
Yeah, it was a good save by him, and that's a fly ball into the shallow infield. And backing up to make the grab is Michael Palmer for out number 1.
Unfortunately,
Gavin Boyle taking second base, though.
Yeah, so he left a little early there. So that's going to be a double play right there for the
That'll end up being a double play. My apologies.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for the Americans. We had a runner on, and now we got no one on with 2 outs.
So Gavin Boyle going to have to head back to the dugout. Base is now empty for Shane Prey. See if he can get back on base for these Americans, but it's ball 1 right now for him. So Michael Palmer taking care of that himself. It's a line drive into right field. Will it stay fair? No, it won't. It drops foul. A little earlier on the contact there. Could have been a extra base hit for Prey. Prey on the year has just 1. A double early in the season.
Yeah, it looked like that ball, Andrew, was flying toward the right side of the field, and if had it stayed fair, like you said, it would have been an extra base hit, but unfortunately it just goes foul.
Grant Moore, by far the extra base hit leader on the team. Has 5 of them on the season. Nobody else has more than 3.
Ooh.
And that is going to go behind the batter, Shane Prey. Pioneers are lucky that they had that double play. Otherwise, Gavin Boyle might have headed for second or third. The 3-1 pitch from Boeing to Prey. It'll get in there to fill up the count. Outside edge. Some nice framing by Manganiello that time. It's going to work.
Yeah, that time, I don't know, Andrew. He seemed a little bit outside, but we'll leave that up to the umpires.
Manganiello pulling it in to secure the call. The payoff pitch is going to be lined into right field. Chasing it down is TJ Grabowski.
Yes!
It'll drop, and it'll bounce near the wall as Shane Prey is going to have a stand-up double. Prey, the first extra base knock of the game and his second double of the season.
That was like the hit we saw earlier, Andrew. It just went foul, but this time it stays fair. Now I got an owner on second.
Yeah. Prey, the opposite field knock. Had a couple of them, but the first one going foul, as you mentioned, Avery. And now he's on second base for Dalton Harper. 2 hits on the day for the Americans, but Gavin Boyle was retired on the double play.
Yeah.
Twin killing in the twin bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, had Boyle stayed on first there or not gotten out there, we probably could have seen a runner come across, but now we just got a man on second here. Let's see what Dalton Harper does.
Dalton Harper, 708 OPS on the year, 200 batting average, takes the ball outside. The framing not working for Manganiello that time around. Boeing gonna have to throw some more strikes with the 1-0 count here and gave up the double just now. There's a strike. Seems Boeing just getting a little bit closer to the batter Harper, and it works for the looking strike one. Very subtle adjustment. Gonna get the job done to even the count. Prey has a lead on second. And second baseman Jacob Moniz is in motion. It's going to be a pop-up right behind home plate, coming towards the press box. That looked like it was coming right to our faces, Avery.
Yeah, for a second there, I might have thought we saw a broken window there, but gladly it doesn't hit the press box, and we're safe for now, Andrew.
Yeah, it doesn't hit the press box, doesn't hit our camera. A lucky break there, but it's strike 2 on Harper. Boeing checking back on Prey briefly now, delivering on the 1-2. It's the pop-up in the shallow outfield. And it'll drop in front of third baseman John Simmons for out number 3. Dalton Harper popping out to end the inning, but the double by Shane Prey represents the first runner in scoring position all day for the Americans. So starting to wake up the bats, headed into the third inning. We'll be right back.
Fans, if you've been to a game, you know that I give away pizza to a lucky fan in the middle of the third inning. But what you might not know is that Sammy's is located right across the street. They've also been family owned and operated for 3 generations since 1962 and originated the half tray of pizza. But if you're hungry at the game, you can stop by the concession stand and get a slice of Sammy's for yourself.
Top of the third here at the Sal. The Pios lead 2-0 over the Americans. And they will have Benjamin Rohde, the final hitter of the order. Followed up by Aiden Grabowski and Ty Martineau at the top in this top of the third inning. Robbie Nichols trying to get some, rather that is one of our Americans interns, but.
Yeah, it seems like we have a little bit of a turf problem here on the mound they're trying to fix.
Yeah, Justin Royek threw out our ceremonial first pitch, trying to figure out this turf situation right here.
Seems like it's all set. Good for
Yeah,
Hurley.
Hurley good to go now. And after facing Benjamin Rohde, he will face Grabowski and Martineau for the second time. They gave him some trouble in the first inning. Back-to-back knocks So Hurley looking for vengeance the second time around. But this third inning here on the Americans Baseball Network is brought to you by Greater Niagara Federal Credit Union, Geico of Buffalo, Sammy's Pizza, and McDonald's. If the Americans score 3 runs in this game, all fans in the stands will get a free McCafe Frappe. And there was a streak of that for a while that was broken last night when the Americans lost 3-2 in extras.
Yeah, all the interns usually would kind of almost parade around getting the frappes, passing them out to the fans. But unfortunately last night, like you said, Andrew, we could not do that.
And 2 opportunities for the Americans to score 3 runs today. That'll get in there on the outside edge for strike 1. So Hurley, a count in his favor early here. Now delivers on the second pitch. That's fouled off on the line drive down the first base line. Rhodey in the 0-2 hole to start off his day. Batting .292 with a .706 OPS on the year. Has split time in center with Dylan Fatovich this season. Dalton Harper trying to frame that in for strike 3, but it'll be an outside ball instead. Framing been a big theme early here in this game. That's going to be a high chopper, goes foul down the third base line. But yeah, both catchers have been playing a bit of a game of chicken with the umpire today.
Yeah, I don't know if the coaches were stressing that in the pre-games, but yeah, from both sides, you see, yep, there it goes, and it pays off right there for Harper.
What a move by Dalton Harper. And a first strikeout of the day for C.J. Hurley coming on that pitch. Looked to be a bit outside early by Harper, pulling it in to solidify the strike 3 call and bring up Aiden Grabowski for the second time today. Led off the game with a double. Takes the first pitch on the outside for ball 1. The breaking ball by Hurley. Not getting in the strike zone. It'll be a foul tip on the big cut by Grabowski to even up the count at ones. One's across the board now with Rhodey going down looking for the first out of the inning. Grabowski takes an upstairs, ball 2 over that lefty batter's box.
Yeah, it looks like Hurley's trying to get some a little bit of a reach here from Grabowski, but it's not nicking the corner here. But that time he gets a nice swing out of him.
Yeah, big cut and miss to even up this count. And Grabowski been off to a very hot second half of June. Oof. He's going to foul that off on the line drive down the first base line. And Aiden Grabowski most recently was able to come away with the Week 3 PGCBL Player of the Week award in the West Division. So it's paid off. The 2-2 pitch is going to be a shallow fly ball into the outfield. And coming to make the grab is Evan Core. 2 down for the Pios as Ty Martineau comes up next.
That's a much better response there for C.J. Hurley. Looked like he was really trying to attack the zone there against Grabowski, and it worked to his benefit as, like you said, run right to Evan Core, and now we got 2 outs.
Yeah, Grabowski always going to be a tough customer, especially of late. And that'll be in there for strike 1 on Martineau. The first lefty Hurley sees this inning. And now a ball on the count as well. That'll get in there on the outside corner for strike 2. C.J. Hurley looking for his second strikeout of the day. The first came in this very inning. Martineau 1 for 1 with a single.
Yeah,
and that
there
gets
we
in
go.
there on the outside corner for strike 3. Martineau goes down looking just like Rhodey, CJ Hurley has gotten both of his strikeouts on called strike threes, painting those corners as we send it to the bottom of the third. We'll be right back.
No, I'm kind of thirsty.
Me too. We could really use something.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Yankee Doodle Dan.
That's better.
Bottom of the third inning here at the barbershop. We'll give you an update around the PGCBL. The Muck Dogs leading the Ironbacks 6-3 in game one of their own doubleheader. Auburn and Jamestown starting out their twin bill at 4 p.m. And the Pilots and Red Wings will start their game at 5 p.m. So only 2 fully daytime doubleheaders across the PGCBL today. One in Niagara, Canada, and one here in Niagara Falls. And both of Robbie Nichols' other teams, the road teams in these twin bills.
Yeah, as you said, Andrew, got some double headers. It's not something you see too often in the PGCBL with so many games being played on these schedules. But like you said, double headers going on both sides of the border today.
And Chris Gazaldo will kick off the bottom of the third inning for the Americans. Yeah, rare to see doubleheaders, but Sundays are probably the most common day for them here in the league. Gazaldo will be followed up by Huang and Bowles to end this first time through the Americans' order. They are all due up in this third inning. It's an outside ball, 1 to Gazaldo.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Andrew, not many doubleheaders, but the Americans have off on Mondays, so this would be the time to have a doubleheader, get a day off, and get some rest after these doubleheaders.
That's going to be a line drive into left field for the base hit. And yes, the Americans actually have 2 of the next 3 days off after this. So got to put their all into this twin bill. And Gazaldo reaches first base with the single. Now, we've got an update for you about Chris Gazaldo. Mentioned last night that he was without an extra base hit this season, but the call in the Jamestown road game has been overturned to give Gazaldo his first double of the season. Was originally ruled an error, now going to be ruled a double. So Gazaldo, no longer just singles for him this year. Ian Huang up next, the switch hitter, batting from the left side to face Boeing. And that is going to be into right field, caught by Gramesti for out number 1. Gazaldo going to have to hurry back to first. It was a nice line drive by Ian Huang, but Gramesti was right there.
Yeah, it seems like the Americans came out aggressive this inning. You know, with no runs on the board here for them, it seems like these first 1 or 2 pitches, they're just swinging the bat right away, trying to get something. I mean, it's worked so far for Gazaldo, but let's see how Brady Bowles does here.
Part of it is the fact that Boeing is giving them pitches to hit. 2 hard hit balls. Boeing getting some help from Gramesti on the second of them, but Gazaldo's still on first base with 1 down. Brady Bowles, his Panola teammate, is up next and takes an inside ball 1 to start off this at bat. Brady is batting .258 on the year, .833 OPS. He's taken a lot of walks this season and has 2 early balls in this at bat. Bowles has walked a grand total of 13 times this season. Very patient at the plate, and it's helped his OPS. The 2-0 pitch will get in there on the low inside corner for a strike.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Andrew, he's raising his OPS with these walks. It's got to be a good player for coaches, you know. He's keeping the bat on his shoulders, getting on first.
Yeah.
Can't be mad about a runner on.
Bowles has yet to swing in this at bat and has the count in his favor. An inside ball 3. Bowles neglecting to swing again there, and that was definitely the right call.
Yeah, it looked like a little chin music there for Bowles, but like we said, keeps the bat on. Maybe we'll see a walk here.
The 3-1 count From Boeing to Bowles. Here's the pitch. It is lined foul into the batting cage area down the first base line. Count is now full on Brady.
Yeah, Gazaldo, took off for second there. Would have had a free bag, but Bulls fouls that ball off, and he's going to go back to first.
And normally going back around to the top of the order would mean Grant Moore, but today Tommy Mathey in the on-deck circle. Moore, a chance to play in the second game today. And pickoff attempt at first base will get Chris Gazaldo. Fails to slide correctly right there. And it's now 2 down.
Yeah, looks like Gazaldo took a few extra steps there to get off first, and unfortunately gets picked off there.
Yeah, just the slide a little off target there. Foul ball. Gonna put the count still at 3-2 here. Payoff pitch on the way from Boeing. Will be low and away for ball 4. Brady Bowles takes first base.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, Andrew, now Bowles is up to 14 walks on the season.
Now batting, the right fielder, number 2, Tommy Mathey.
And Tommy Mathey will be up next. Mathey on the day is 0 for 1, part of that 1-2-3 first inning for the Americans. The new runner on first is Brady Bowles, so one Panola player replacing another. As it's a low ball 1.
Yeah, that time there, the catcher, Manganiello, seemed to hold the ball there for a second or two just to see if the umpire would bite, but he didn't.
Tried to pull that up. Framing continuing to play a role in this game. The 1-0 pitch is going to be a line drive down the third base line. It'll drop in the bleachers, foul. And unique to larger scale baseball stadium, Sal Magley Stadium does not have bleachers in fair territory, so no home runs going into the bleachers here at the barbershop. Only foul balls. The 1-1 pitch is going to be outside, and Manganiello thought about trying to gun out Brady Bowles right there, but Bowles was not going to let that happen. 2-1 to the batter Mathey, looking to get on for the first time today in advance Bowles. The pitch will be outside. Manganiello trying to pull that in again. It's just not fooling this home plate umpire at all.
Yeah, I mean, from up here, Andrew, that ball looked to be a ball or two outside of the box, but like we said this whole time, the framing really trying to play an aspect on the umpires here.
Yeah, if you get 1 out of 5 pitches with framing, that can still make an impact in the game, and that'll be foul right near Deb's Beer Garden on the third base line. Emma Crocker, the assistant operations manager here at the Americans, serving all alcoholic beverages down there every single game. Full count, 2 outs, runner on first. The pitch will be low in the dirt for ball 4. 2 consecutive walks for Bobby Boeing. And now Evan Core coming up with 2 ducks on the pond.
Now batting, number 36, the center fielder, Evan Core.
Robbie Nichols still coaching first base for these Americans. It's been a bit of a rotation there all season long. Some players mixing in. Occasionally Cordero over there when Paul Wolf was coaching third. And now Robbie Nichols, the owner today. Evan Core grounded out his first time up. There's a ground ball to the shortstop, Grabowski. Both runners have a lead. Bowles at second, Mathey at first. And that's going to be a floater. Looking to drop in the outfield, but no. TJ Gramesti going to make the grab. Comes in from right field for out number 3. Americans get 2 Panola batters on with walks after Gazaldo, a third Panola hitter, singled. But it'll be the 4th inning with the Pioneers leading 2-0. We'll be right back.
My fellow American fans, my name is Frankie Morris, your social media manager. You can join us all summer long with many promotional nights and tickets just as low as $10. You can call and get tickets at 716-215-6161 and take a crack at the action.
Back for the top of the 4th inning. This 4th inning is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 237, by Johnny Ryan, and by Coca-Cola. You can get all your Coke beverages down at concessions like Avery has right now, a Minute Maid lemonade.
Good to drink on a hot day like this, keep you refreshed. Keep temperature down here as we warm up here in the press box.
Definitely. Lemonade and summer go together also well. And Hurley pitching to TJ Gramesti. He'll be followed up in this inning by Michael Palmer and Cooper Smith. The heart of the Pios order up in this inning. Hurley delivers low for the ball. So 1-2 on the count. CJ Hurley, looking for strikeout number 3 on the day, has not let a base runner on since the 1st inning when the Pios scored 2. Count is even at 2s for CJ Hurley. Gave up the fielder's choice to Gramesti last time around. Count is now full. And that's going to be a line drive, and it'll drop foul down the third base line. That's another one that, had it gone fair, could have been extra bases. The ball has certainly been traveling today. 3 doubles between these two teams, just 3 innings into the game. Now Hurley looking for the first out of inning number 4 as it's fouled off by Gramesti with the full count. Hurley sets for the payoff pitch. Now delivers. That's going to be another foul ball into the bleachers down the first base line. Worth noting, this is a 29-on-29 matchup. It's a ground ball picked up by Bowles. The throw across the field will be in time for out number 1. Shane Prey playing first today. Usually a third baseman has made a good adjustment across the diamond.
Yeah, one thing to note too is usually on first Americans is Grant Miller. He's got that big long reach. He's about 6'6", 6'7". But today we got Shane Prey playing first. Maybe not as tall as Grant Miller, but still he's definitely capable of playing first.
Definitely doing the job. I mean, a great third baseman as well, but Brady Bowles splitting time with him there. It's ball 1 on the inside to Michael Palmer. Connor Kiefer also got his first go at third base last night, but definitely has done a better job at second so far this season. 1s across the board to Michael Palmer, who drove in a run with the sac fly last time up. And that's going to be another high fly ball into the shallow outfield. Tommy Matei coming in and loses it in the sun. 2 bases for Michael Palmer. Gets on for the first time today. That'll go down as a double for Palmer. The 4th double of the day.
Yeah, it seemed like he and Lang there was going to get the ball, but then he kind of backs away. And lets Tommy Matei run in, but unfortunately loses in the sun like you said, Andrew. And now the Pioneers have someone on second.
That's a confusing but easy one.
So the Pioneers have that runner on second. Cooper Smith will bat next. Had the RBI double his first time around. Another double here would likely score the 3rd run for Elmira. CJ Hurley looking to prevent it with 1 down. And Palmer was a little shaken up on the slide, but going to be okay there. Had a meeting with his base coaches. And Cooper Smith looking to get on for the 2nd time today. Hurley checks back on Palmer, now delivers. It'll be low and away for the first ball on the count. Still could have found the strike zone had it stayed in the air a little bit. And that'll be the breaking ball for strike 1. Appears that was the pitch Hurley was looking to throw the first time around. One's across the board to Cooper Smith with Palmer. A big lead on second. The pitch will drop low for ball 2. And this breaking ball here in the outside corner has had mixed results for Hurley against the batter Smith. Trying to get Smith to chase it one of these, but hasn't yet. Cooper Smith, a 4th-year Pioneer. A year ago, batted .336 with an .827 OPS, 22 runs batted in. Already has an RBI today for his 10th of this season. So on a similar pace and has the 3-1 count from Hurley. It's going to be a line drive. It's going to drop in right field for the base hit. And waving around for the run, but it'll be an no. Michael Palmer going to be safe at home. It's 3-0. Third base coach waving him in, and he gets there just in time. A close call. Dalton Harper nearly tagging him out at the plate on the single. Harper now going to meet with Hurley and the umpire on the mound, meeting quickly breaking up. And Anthony Manganiello up next. With a runner on first and 1 down, it's now 3-0 Pios. Ground ball is going to be picked up by Gazaldo. Out at second. The out at first, not in time. But 2 down for the Pios on the fielder's choice. Americans have tried a couple times to turn a double play. Has not worked out for them thus far. Yeah, Chris Gazaldo with a nice read on that ball. Wasn't necessarily right to him.
Yeah, kind of, like I said, Andrew, kind of like dribbled a little shallow to him, but fortunate enough to get at least 1 out there.
And Carl Wagner is up next, takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Some questions from the fans if he truly was safe for the 3rd run. Michael Palmer scoring to get another run on the board for the Pioneers. One's on the count with 2 down. And that is going to be lined into center field. And a nice grab by Evan Corey. He comes in to make the catch for out number 3. We'll send it to the bottom of the 4th inning after these messages.
Fans, if you've been to a game, you know that I give away pizza to a lucky fan in the middle of the third inning. But what you might not know is that Sammy's is located right across the street. They've also been family owned and operated for 3 generations since 1962 and originated the half tray of pizza. But if you're hungry at the game, you can stop by the concession stand and get a slice of Sammy's for yourself.
This season, you can connect with the Americans like never before with exclusive content on our social media platforms. Make sure you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter.
Those hats are on your screen right now. A big shout out to Frankie Morris and Leah Fraun, our social media managers, for keeping those pages up and running. And in this bottom of the 4th inning, the Pioneers leading 3-0, getting another run off of C.J. Hurley. In that 4th inning, the RBI single by Cooper Smith, just barely driving in Michael Palmer. The throw was in time, but Dalton Harper dropping it.
Yeah, I mean, you might have heard from the crowd too, Andrew, that some of the fans here are questioning if he was out because of the tag, but since he dropped the ball, he's safe. So as much as the fans wanted him to be out, he was unfortunately ruled safe there for the 3rd run for the Pioneers.
To be fair to Dalton, has caught 4 days in a row. So that's going to take a toll on you.
Yeah, I mean, usually with catchers, you kind of rotate them day in and day out, but like you said, Andrew, 4 days in a row for Harper. It's going to have a little bit of an impact on his play here, but no doubt he can definitely keep up and hopefully bounce back from that play.
Madison, Boyle, and Delanto due up in this inning. Ethan Madison, the extra hitter today, is 0 for 1, grounded out to third base his first time up in the 1st inning. First pitch will drop on the low outside corner for ball 1. The breaking ball not getting in the zone for Boeing. Oof. And that's going to be behind the batter, Madison. He has to dodge that to avoid getting hit on the head.
Yeah, that one, he had to really get down low on that ball. Didn't want to get hit anywhere.
The Americans looking to take advantage of Bobby Boeing, who has struggled with his command of the strike zone over these last couple of innings. The Americans unable to capitalize in the 3rd. Can they in the 4th? That's the question. The 2-1 pitch is going to be fouled off and even up the count.
Yeah, as you said, Andrew, we're looking for the Americans here. Try to get some runners in scoring position, maybe bat some across, and looking for Ethan Madison here, maybe get on base.
Got Logan Stickler down the third base line picking up some foul balls, but here's the pitch. It's going to be a pop-up in foul territory, going to drop in the bleachers.
Boing.
Down the first base line. Yeah. Boeing pitching, and the same thing for the ball right there, but count is even at 2s for Ethan Madison. Two-two pitch will be another pop-up, and that one is going to drop into the glove of Anthony Manganiello for out number 1. So the pop-out right to the catcher for Ethan Madison in foul territory. Gavin Boyle up next. And the Americans, over these last couple of innings, have made some good contact, gotten some runners on base, but just looking to score some runs here, and maybe the opportunity to do so with Boeing's command slowly starting to lose target. Boyle going to pop that in foul territory. Manganiello chasing it down again, and he will make the grab 2nd time in a row. 2 consecutive pop-outs to Manganiello. He's had his work cut out for him this inning.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back batters popping up. Really got to fight the sun, but he seems to track that ball very well and makes 2 catches in a row on the same on 2 different batters.
Paul Dolanto up next, grounded into a double play his first time up, looking to redeem himself here. Rather flew into a double play. Kevin Boyle was off his base. That'll be outside for ball one. Manganiello again trying to frame that, but not fooling the ump.
Yeah, he's really had his work cut out today. He's framing and he's catching pop-outs.
That's going to be fouled off right into the netting behind home plate. Count is even. Worth noting, the Pioneers up 3-0 in the bottom of the fourth, but in this seventh inning game, it's almost like it's the bottom of the sixth. The Americans with limited time to make a comeback here in game one.
Yeah, it's one thing you got to note with these double headers as we see Dolanto hit by
Dolanto
pitch.
just got whacked right on the belt. Takes first base as Shane Prey comes up, doubled his first time around. Now has the runner on with the chance to do some damage.
Yeah, we see Dolanto get plunked there. He gets on base, but it's never hurts to have some runners on base here for the Americans.
Prey, the 316 hitter, another guy whose hits tend to come in bunches. So looking for his second hit of the day right here,
and
but
he gets
instead
plunked.
he gets hit.
That one looked close there,
Back-to-back
Andrew.
hit by pitches. And I mean, this is not necessarily a surprise to me because Boeing was kind of throwing some pitches wild over these last couple of innings. So now it's costing him 2 free 90s given up to the Americans on back-to-back batters. Dalton Harper up next, popped out last time around. Going to knock in a run right here as into scoring position is Paul Dolanto. 2 down. And Jacob Moniz in motion again at second base. That'll find the strike zone on the outside edge.
Yeah,
Harper.
As you mentioned, Andrew, we see Boeing losing kind of his control here. It was bound for him to, maybe lose control of a couple of these pitches and hit some batters, and it's happened here in this bottom of the fourth. So let's see what Harper does here with the runner in scoring position.
Moniz in motion again. Harper fouling it off to even, or rather put the count at 2 strikes. Some commotion over the foul ball in the stands.
Oh, Nelly got that one. Save her a couple bucks there.
I mean, I'm sure Nelly gets as many snacks as she wants regardless. Runners on, but Boeing 1 strike away here. Harper gonna hit that hard in foul territory. That was a rocket, but a little late on the timing.
Yeah, if he'd been a little earlier there, timing on point there for Harper, that ball had some distance on it there, Andrew.
Dalton Harper has been hungry for that first home run as an American. Hit a few over at SUNY Niagara. Came close at George Taylor Field with a deep double. That bounced right off the wall. That'll go inside to make it 1-2. Dalton Harper staying alive after the early 0-2 count. Americans have the tying run at the plate in the form of Harper. The 1-2 is going to be popped up again. This time Manganiello chasing it down, but it will be the third baseman, John Simmons, coming in again to make the catch. 2 pop-outs to Simmons for Dalton Harper. That ends the inning. We'll send it to the 5th. The Pioneers still leading 3-0. Americans bats looking to get it going late in the game.
No, I'm kind of thirsty.
Me too. We could really use something.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Yankee Doodle Dan.
That's better.
Back for the 5th inning of action here at Sal Magley. Pioneers leading 3-0, looking to add to it. This 5th inning is brought to you by Tropical Heating and Cooling. Call 716-870-0753 for expert service. The Muck Dogs have finished their first game over in Canada. They take down the Ironbacks 7-3 in the opener of the doubleheader over there. Game 1 of Auburn and Jamestown kicking off at 4 p.m. as well as Game 2 of that doubleheader. But right now it'll be John Simmons up to bat for Elmira. He'll be followed up by Jacob Moniz and Benjamin Rohde in this top of the 5th. Andrew Roberts back here with a revote. And it's strike 1 from Hurley to Simmons on the outside corner. A lot of those Hurley strikes have come on the corner. He's done a good job of painting those corners.
Yeah, especially too with this lineup for the Pioneers. They have like a mix of bats. Seems just about even with righties and lefties. So Hurley's kind of trying to extend the zone here, trying to get these batters to reach, but they're not even swinging, but he's still nicking the strike zone.
Yeah. If you can pitch to batters in the strike zone on that outside edge, that's some of the best stuff to get batters to chase. But these Pioneers have been very patient. And as a result, they lead 3-0. Also have 5 hits on the day. It's a swing and miss for strike 3. Gets away from Harper. Will have to complete the strikeout at first. But that's the first swing and miss strikeout for the Pioneers all day. It's Hurley's 3rd in total. Got 2 batters to strike out looking in the top of the 3rd inning, but Jacob Moniz will bat next. Moniz grounded out to Ian Huang at second his first time around. First pitch will be grounded down the third base line, foul. Bowles chasing it down, but to no avail. Jacob Moniz, 0 for 1 on the day, came in batting .259. A product of Rhode Island College, has ones across the board. Love to see some New Englanders in these games out here in New York as a fellow New Englander myself.
Yeah, as much as you might like to see that, Andrew, here in Buffalo, we're not really fond of things from New England, especially, with the Patriots and the Bills rivalry, but I'll agree with you on that one, Andrew.
With a 1-2 count here on Moniz. Actually spent a year at UMass Dartmouth. That's going to be a chopper right to Brady Bowles. It'll hit him in the chest. A rough bounce, but it will go down as an error for Brady Bowles.
Yeah, it looked like that ball kind of caught the base there and jumped up right at Bowles, but hopefully he's okay after that.
Moniz going to reach on the error.
It looked like it did.
Bowles might have been smart to put the glove right in front of his chest for not only protection, but also to catch that one. But the error on him right here as Benjamin Rohde comes up with 1 down and 1 on. Double play is available for the Americans. They've been looking for it. Especially C.J. Hurley. It's called the pitcher's best friend for a reason. That'll be strike 1 on Rohde. The pitch from Hurley will be just outside. Harper trying to frame it, but it's ones across the board again. C.J. Hurley looking sharp in this 5th inning, but hoping his defense can stay strong for him. The foul ball makes it 1-2 on the count. Hurley. And the call going to be overturned to a hit on the most recent play. So it'll be a base hit for Jacob Moniz, his first hit of the day. Just a tough bounce for Bowles to handle right there.
Yeah, it seemed like that ball had some movement on it. I don't know how that works with a bat, but yeah, it just seemed like it kind of bounced up and got away from Bowles there.
Got to be the turf. I mean, balls don't bounce like that on your average baseball diamond, David.
No, yeah, it seems in any sport really, and on turf, balls seem to bounce a little different, bounce a little more, but
especially on this turf.
Oh yeah,
a lot of choppers hit all day long. That'll be low to fill up the count. We'll love to talk about $5 fill-ups, but the 5-pitch fill-up right here. Payoff pitch is going to be a pop-up in foul territory. Chased down by Prey, and he will make the grab for out number 2.
Yeah, the very large foul territory is coming into play there for the Americans, giving enough room for Prey there to make that grab.
And it is Aiden Grabowski up next. Grabowski up for the 3rd time today. 1 for 2, double and a flyout. Has made good contact both times he's come up. But it was a shallow fly ball the second time around that Core came in for. And that'll get in there on the breaking ball for strike 1.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to note from Hurley today is on these first pitches, he's not afraid to attack these batters. You know, give them something that maybe they could swing at, but they're keeping their bats on their shoulders, and we'll see how he keeps going throughout this game.
I'd argue Hurley's strength today has been his breaking balls. Not necessarily known for flaming speed, but makes up for it with some great spin on his pitches. He's especially leaned into that today. Count is even at 1s. And it's going to be a ground ball. Gazaldo will pick it up at short. The throw to first will be in time for out number 3. First base coach wanted the safe call, but it'll be a 6-3 ground out to send it to the bottom of the 5th inning after the break.
Fans, if you've been to a game, you know that I give away pizza to a lucky fan in the middle of the 3rd inning. But what you might not know is that Sammy's is located right across the street. They've also been family owned and operated for 3 generations since 1962 and originated the half tray of pizza. But if you're hungry at the game, you can stop by the concession stand and get a slice of Sammy's for yourself.
I don't see Hey fans, Niagara Falls Americans would love to partner with your business. The Americans have lots of options to make your presence known in your community. Please visit our website at www.niagarafallsamericans.com to get involved, and as always, go Americans.
Yeah, we're back for the bottom of the 5th inning and looking to add some more sponsors to our scroll here, so be sure to go to our website and register your business to be an American sponsor today. But speaking of sponsors, Wegmans proudly sponsors the Kids Run here at Sal Magley. We'll keep it here for that to see if Yankee Doodle Dan can keep up his undefeated record.
Yeah, yesterday it seemed like he had a little bit of competition, you know. There was a kid that was very close behind him, but unfortunately didn't catch him. But we'll see how Yankee Doodle Dan does today. Excuse me.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say if Yankee Doodle Dan loses, it comes in game 2. He's going to have to run twice today.
Yeah,
might be a little tired out by that second time.
Yeah, he might have to go to the locker room, get some water in his system. But yeah, he's got to run it twice, so he's definitely got his work cut out for him today.
Definitely, and you'll have to wonder as well as if the kids will try and run it twice, or if it'll be a different batch coming in for the second time around. Bobby Boeing still going strong. 4 scoreless frames headed into the 5th. Some of his best work for these Pioneers against the Americans. The Americans, interestingly, a lot of their slow offensive days have been against pitchers that have struggled a lot of the rest of the season, and then sometimes they'll tear up pitchers who have done well. So a little bit of a reverse effect for them.
Yeah, but hopefully the Americans can change here, start this game off, and get some runs.
It's Chris Gazaldo to kick things off in this bottom of the inning. He'll be followed up by Ian Huang and Brady Bowles. The 0-1 count. And now a low outside ball 2. And that'll be a line drive for the base hit. Diving for it is the second baseman, Jacob Moniz, but he will not get there. Gazaldo, 2 for 2 with a pair of singles.
It's a great start to the inning there, Andrew. Gets a nice hit across for Gazaldo. Got a run around with no outs with the switch hitter, Ian Wang, coming up here.
Ian Wang, the switch hitter, up next. Flew out to right field last time up. It was a sharply hit ball, so hoping to make some more good contact here, and this time hoping it'll drop and advance Gazaldo. Gazaldo was later caught stealing the last time he singled. And that'll get in there for strike 1. Ian Wang, the second baseman, up for the second time today. Looking for some more contact here after the flyout his first time around. It's 1-1. The switch hitter, a rising sophomore who spent his first year at Niagara, now in the transfer portal. The 1-1 pitch will just get in there on the outside edge of the zone. Breaking ball goes for strike 2.
Yeah, it looked like Wang there was going to try to lay a bunt down there to advance the runner, but unfortunately pulls back and gets a strike in there.
1-2 count to the batter Wang with Gazaldo on first base. Here's the pitch. It's outside to even things up on Ian. Brady Bowles on deck, and he'll be followed by Tommy Mathey. See if the Panola bats can help each other out in this Americans order. But first, Wang with the 2-2 count takes another outside ball. A walk here would make it 2 ducks on the pond for Bowles. Bowles already walking once today as well. Here's the payoff pitch. And it'll go low and inside for ball 4. Wang will walk Gazaldo to second. And 2 on, nobody out for Brady Bowles.
Soon to have a Pioneers coach come out here to have a talk with this pitcher.
Yeah. Bobby Boeing might be done right here. There's some action in the Pios bullpen. The reliever warming up is Bryce Mashanik, who has a 2.16 ERA on the year, one of the sharpest relievers for Elmira all season long. But we'll see if Andrew Drum decides to stick with Boeing here after 4 scoreless. Just now starting to get in trouble. They will stick with Bobby Boeing for the time being. Next mound visit, Boeing will have to leave the game. But for now, he will hang in there against Brady Bowles with runners on. Bowles already walked for the 14th time of the season today. If he walks again, it'll juice up the bases for Tommy Mathey, who's walked himself. Don't want to put yourself in the situation with nowhere to put Mathey. Americans very patient at the plate, especially these Panola hitters. And Bowles is going to bunt right there. The throw to first will be in time, but both runners advancing. A successful sacrifice by Brady.
Yeah, I like that play right there by the Americans. Getting a little bunt down, advance the runners.
Yeah, very smart. Cordero requesting the bunt, and he gets one. Tommy Mathey will have 2 runners in scoring position. He represents the tying run.
Yes, Derek Gismondi.
Rather, it's Derek Gismondi.
Yeah, he took over for right
came
field.
in as a pinch hitter. Defensive sub, rather. That'll get in there for strike 1 on Gismondi. So, but they started out the game, and right now Gismondi has taken over. And that'll be lined right into the glove of Michael Palmer for out number 2. Now the Americans going to need a hit from Evan Core. not exactly the last guy to ask for a hit from. I mean, Core came into this game batting .275. Yes, 0 for 2 today, but a solid hitter with runners in scoring position, looking to come through right here to follow up Jesmondi. The pitch from Boeing is low and inside at the feet of Core for ball 1. And Boeing delivers upstairs to put 2 balls on the count. Evan Core has shown some patience throughout the year as well, but that one will get just to the outside edge for strike 1. That'll drop in the dirt to put the count in Core's favor. Boeing throwing a lot of those pitches outside. That one just a bit too far for the strike. 3-1 pitch to Core on the way from Boeing. And Core is going to drive that softly into the infield. A sliding catch by Grabowski will end the 5th inning. Aiden Grabowski has been unbelievable today. And he'll send it to the 6th inning. But we're going to keep it here for the Wegmans Kids Run.
Yeah, we're looking to see how Yankee Doodle Dan does. Maybe keeps his undefeated streak alive.
But
Oh, we got a young
fast
fan.
kid on his tail. An older kid that could probably keep up with Yankee Doodle's long legs. But now, Dan with a bigger lead. He's going to backpedal through the end here and keep his undefeated record. And if that kid runs again the second time around, I wouldn't be shocked if he beats Yankee Doodle Dan.
Yeah, Yankee Doodle Dan might be feeling the sun the second time around when he runs, so he might have a chance to catch him there. We'll see what happens in the next game.
Wegmans, the proud sponsor of the Kids Run. Also, proud sponsor of the 6th inning here on the Americans Baseball Network. That 6th inning also sponsored by Niagara County Legislator Chris Robins and Laborers Local 91 here on the Americans Baseball Network. So, the Pios back up with that 3-0 lead. CJ Hurley keeping it going with 3 earned runs. And due up in this inning will be Ty Martineau, TJ Gramesti, and Michael Palmer.
Now batting number 6, Ty Martineau.
Ty Martineau, the .364 hitter, headed in, is 1 for 2 with a double and a strikeout looking today. Martineau DHing for the Pios. I'll be outside for ball 1. And the last time these two teams played, Martineau started out his day in the infield, but got pulled from the game after an error, or rather moved to DH, but pulled from the game on the defensive side. 1's on the count to Martineau. That'll be a high chopper picked up by Prey. He'll take care of things himself for out number 1.
Yeah, nice quick out there for Hurley. Didn't have to throw many pitches there. Gets a nice, easy out right to Prey there. So
yeah,
we'll see how much longer Hurley goes here in this game.
Came on just the 3rd pitch. And Hurley on the day has thrown a total of 87 pitches. That's going to be a line drive into center field. And coming under it is Evan Core to make the grab. Core coming in from center to right center to make that catch. Jesmondi was also there, but Core says he has it.
Yeah, as mentioned before, Andrew, been getting some quick outs here for Hurley. 4 pitches thrown so far this inning. He's already got 2 outs, so.
Hurley usually limited to around 90 pitches per start, so this will likely be his final inning of work. But the line drive caught by Brady Bowles, and Hurley ends his day most likely with a 1-2-3, but we'll see if he can try and come back out for the 7th as well when we're back.
No, I'm kind of thirsty.
Me too. We could really use something.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Yankee Doodle Dan.
That's better.
Back for the bottom of the sixth with a call to the bullpen. Bryce Mashanik, the SUNY Niagara product, coming in for the Pioneers. And Avery, take it away.
Remember, fans, an Americans game is a great way to entertain a group for the evening, and we are able to offer fundraisers tailored to your group needs. Nonprofits, churches, youth sports, and more. For all group information, please visit our website at www.niagarafallsamericans.com.
Yeah, group outings, popular here at the ballpark. Fans with some great opportunities to come in bunches. And it'll be Ethan Madison to kick off this inning for the Americans. It'll be followed up by Gavin Boyle and Paul Delanto. Last time this combo started an inning, it was consecutive pop-ups to the catcher Manganiello, followed by consecutive hit batsmen for Bobby Boeing. I mean, on Boeing's day, he had walked a total of 3 and hit 2, so I think it makes sense to pull him after 5 innings despite the scoreless work.
Yeah, I mean, we only got 7-inning games here, Andrew, but with just about 2 innings to go here, pitching for the Pioneers, it makes sense to pull Boeing, and, you know, hopefully the Pioneers look to try to keep these scoreless for the Americans, but
Yeah.
luckily for us, hopefully Americans have 2 more ups here, and let's see if they can get some runs across here.
Yeah, Mashanik has been a rock out of this Pios bullpen. 2.16 ERA, 2-0 record as well. Gotta wonder if he'll go 2 innings or if the Pioneers will bring in their closer, Nolan Terwilliger. Terwilliger has 4 saves on the year. As of right now, no action in Elmira's bullpen. First pitch from Mashanik is going to be a fly ball into left field. Is going to be right to the left fielder, Cooper Smith, for out number 1. So Ethan Madison flying out. He's 0 for 3 now today. Gavin Boyle will bat next. Boyle has singled and popped out today. Still looking for that first home run of his season. Hit 4 for the Americans in 2024.
Yes, it'd be a perfect time for him to get that first one across the board for this season.
I mean, no runners on, so it'd still be 2 runs to score. I think it honestly might be even better if Gavin Boyle can get himself into scoring position here. A potential double. Bryce Mashanik eligible for his first save of the year if he finishes this game, but see if the Pioneers leave it with him or hand it over to Terwilliger in the 7th inning. The 2-0 pitch will be outside. It's 3 consecutive balls to Boyle. So Boyle could be a 4-pitch walk right here, but instead he'll swing at it. The high pop-up, he got the green light there. Manganiello not going to get there, but instead it'll be John Simmons, the third baseman, to catch another pop-up. I don't know about that move to swing right there on a 3-0 count.
Yeah, I mean,
Pop out anyways.
Yeah, it was 3 straight balls there, and somehow gets the green light. Personally, I would have kept the bat on my shoulders, but I don't play baseball, so I wouldn't know too well, Andrew, but fortunately get another out here for the Americans.
It's been a bit of a slow start this season for Gavin Boyle. Much better numbers last year, but
looks like the ump got nicked there on that swing by Delanto.
it's going to be a quick pause here. And it'll be a quick meeting between Manganiello and his reliever, Bryce Mashanik. The Americans with 2 down, looking to get something going here. Paul Delanto ready to keep swinging after that first strike hit the umpire. We'll hope the ump is okay. He's putting his mask back on now.
Yeah, it appears to be all right.
Good to go.
Yeah, looks like he had to take a second there.
It's a little winded.
Yeah, had to recoup himself, but he looks like he'll be all right. It's good for him.
And Paul Delanto with the 0-1 count. Swings and misses. Now 0-2. The pitch will be swung on and missed again. Paul Delanto striking out to end the 6th inning. We'll be right back with the 7th as the Pioneers look to close this out. We'll be right back.
Fans, if you've been to a game, you know that I give away pizza to a lucky fan in the middle of the 3rd inning. But what you might not know is that Sammy's is located right across the street. They've also been family owned and operated for 3 generations since 1962 and originated the half tray of pizza. But if you're hungry at the game, you can stop by the concession stand and get a slice of Sammy's for yourself.
Back for the top of the 7th inning, and this top of the 7th, as well as the entire 7th inning here on the Americans Baseball Network, is brought to you by Seneca Niagara Resort and Casino, the official casino of the Americans. More winning, more comfort, more entertainment. Go to SenecaNiagaraCasino.com for more. And it'll be Cooper Smith up for the Pios. He grounds it right past Brady Bowles at 3rd. And that one will be an error on Brady. Cooper Smith taking first base to lead off this inning. Anthony Manganiello and Carl Wagner also due up. Doubledays and Tarp Skunks just starting out their game shortly. First game of their doubleheader. This is currently the only live game across the PGCBL, but Pioneers looking to finish this out here. It's a fly ball into center field. Evan Core going to make the grab for out number 1. Holding up at first base is Cooper Smith, and Carl Wagner will bat next.
Yeah, one thing to note here, Andrew, is CJ Hurley is still pitching in this game. He's gone 7 1/3 strong here, so they're keeping him in here. Americans looking to save some arms here.
Rather, but yeah, CJ Hurley has been excellent today. Aside from a few earned runs, just the Americans got to get him some run support here. And it'll be a low ball 1 to Carl Wagner. That'll go down as the first official error of the day for the Americans. So CJ Hurley, at the time being, even if Cooper Smith comes around to score, will remain at 3 earned runs on the day. Going to lower that ERA, hopefully. One's on the count, one's across the board. Hurley delivers on the third pitch. It's a liner into left field, caught by Gavin Boyle. So 2 quick outs. And officially, C.J. Hurley going to finish the day with just 3 earned runs, barring extra innings here. So if he can finish this, that's going to get his ERA down. Could get it below 5.
Yeah, it'd be an impressive day here for Hurley. Hoping the Americans get some bats across here and get some runs in, but
yeah,
so far no dice.
Americans just 4 hits today. Bats have been quiet. Their biggest bats of late have been Grant Moore and Graydon Miller, both saved for game 2 here, if they even play that one. But it's a fly ball into center field. Coming in to make the grab is Evan Core. He makes the basket catch for out number 3. We send it to the bottom of the 7th after these messages.
No, I'm kind of thirsty.
Me too. We could really use something.
Yeah. Oh, thanks,
Yankee Doodle Dan.
That's better.
Back for the bottom of the 7th inning, and Bryce Mechanic stepping into a save situation here against these Americans. Has the 3-0 lead, looking to close this out for his first save of the season. No Pioneer, aside from Nolan Terwilliger, has multiple saves this year, so Bryce Mechanic would join a couple of pitchers in the single save club. Those pitchers being Andrew Jones and Casey Jolkowski.
Now batting for the Americans, the first baseman, number 24, Shane Prey.
Shane Prey will kick things off for the Americans. Their final chance to take game 1 right here in the bottom of the 7th. He'll be followed up by Dalton Harper and Chris Gazaldo. Prey and Gazaldo each have at least 1 hit today. Harper has popped out twice. It's an inside ball 1 to Prey. Americans only on their 3rd time through the order. Big cut and miss for strike 1 on Prey.
Yeah, with these shorter games here with the doubleheader here, Andrew, gonna have some less ups for the Americans, so you got to make these at bats more worth their while.
And that'll be a check swing.
Gets hit.
Instead, rather, it'll hit Shane Prey. Prey hit for the 2nd time today. So he's only had 1 true at bat in this game, and he doubled on it.
It looks like
1 for 1 and has reached base all 3 times. Not how you want to see Prey reach base the second 2 at bats, but
oh, yep, he's getting called back here, Andrew.
yeah, it'll end up being a foul ball on the check swing. It's 1-2. Shane Prey gonna have to get back into the batter's box here against Mechanic. First batter Mechanic is facing this inning. The 1-2 count, and now an inside pitch to make it 2-2. Prey takes the next one in there for strike 3, and what initially looked like a hit by pitch. Strike 3 looking.
Prey looks like he was getting some chatter in there with the umpire and had to take his mask off to make sure to
Dalton Harper going to
Keep
be
him
up
in line.
next. Has popped out twice today. Looking for revenge right here. Got to get on base for a hot Chris Gazaldo as another multi-hit game today. Check swing. And it'll be ball one. The 1-0 pitch. And it'll be a motion towards a swing, but that's in there for another ball on Harper. Harper has had a good number of walks this season. Has also been hit a number of times. That goes over his head.
Oh, was almost
Mashanek
hit there.
losing control here. Harper has walked 10 times, been hit 6 times, so he's gotten a lot of free bags this season. Looking for another here. His patience at the plate is some of the best on the team. The 3-0. We'll get in there down the pike for strike one. Harper learning from Gavin Boyle's mistake right there.
Yeah, that time probably didn't get the swing sign to get the pop out again, but keeps batting his shoulder, keeps him alive.
Ooh. And he'll get hit on the elbow. Oh my goodness. Bryce Mashanek has been a little wild here in his second inning of work.
To be fair there, Andrew, that ball wasn't going to hit the box regardless, but it hits Delonto there to get him on first. So
Harper rather, but
either
Aldo up next.
Oh yeah, excuse me. Harper, sorry, excuse me. But yeah, either way, he was going to get on first there regardless.
Dalton Harper taking base for the first time today. Would have been a walk, but his 17th free bag of the season on a walker hit by pitch. It's strike one down the pike to Chris Gazaldo. Mashanek looking to retire him for the first time. Bobby Boeing gave up 2 singles to Gazaldo in the first 5 innings. He has half the Americans' hits today and swings and misses to make it 0-2. So Mashanek 1 strike away from doing something that Boeing was not able to do all day to Gazaldo. In fact, Boeing did not have a strikeout today. That'll be outside to make it 1-2. Mashanek already 2 strikeouts. It came on back-to-back at bats across 2 innings. Paul Delonto striking out swinging to end the 6th. Then Shane Prey striking out looking to start the 7th. Gazaldo going to foul that off to stay alive. Into the netting behind home plate. Right side. Gazaldo looking to make it a 3-for-3 day. Has had a good chunk of multi-hit games this season, hence his high batting average. Came in at 346, going to get even higher. That's a fly ball into shallow left field, and backing up to make the grab is Aiden Grabowski. Right in his name right there, Avery.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 31,
Ian Huang, the final hope for the Americans in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Game 2 will follow about an hour after. Rather, 25 minutes after. But. Two down here in this game. And it's a line drive into right center field. It'll go right into the glove of TJ Gramesti. Game 1 is over. The Pioneers win 3-0. But the Americans going to have the chance for revenge right after this. We'll take a break for about the next 25 minutes, followed by the next game. It'll be the Americans and Pioneers in Game 2 of action when we're back. Andrew Roberts, been here with Avery Vogt. And thank you, Avery, for coming on the call today. He's going to move over to public address for Game 2.
Yeah, today I'm kind of getting moved around again like what these last few games have been, Andrew. So great to be back on the call again today, but unfortunately I got to get pulled back to PA, so it's been fun here on the broadcast today, Andrew.
Our favorite utility guy here at the Americans, Avery Vogt. Thank you so much, and we will send it to break before we have Game 2 of action here on the Americans Baseball Network. back here for game 2 here at the barbershop. The Americans and Pioneers facing off for the second time. Elmira won game 1, 3-0. And we are going to be underway for a second game of action in just a moment. And the Pioneers now lead the season series over the Americans 2-0. And as things are about to get started here, we'll give you the lineup for the Elmira Pioneers. My apologies for scorebug in the way, but leading off is going to be Aiden Grabowski again at shortstop. Cooper Smith moves up to the 2-hole playing right field. TJ Gramesti, the extra hitter, bats third again. Michael Palmer, the cleanup once more. Anthony Manganiello batting fifth, playing left. Brendan Hammer steps in to play third, batting sixth. Brett Baker, just his second game as a Pioneer, batting seventh and playing center field. Carl Wagner doing the catching this time and batting eighth. Brandon Dubeck in the lineup as DH, and Jacob Monis, the second baseman. They will be facing John Ondis on the mound. Ondis on the year has an ERA of 5.25, 1-0 record, and 11 strikeouts. The product of Niagara University, so it's been a pair of Niagara starters for the Americans today. CJ Hurley getting the start in game 1. Now John Ondis here in game 2. It's his third start of the season. Other two have been against the Ironbacks. So John Ondis gonna face Grabowski as we get underway in just a moment here. Grabowski, the shortstop, for the second consecutive game to face John Ondis. Led off with a double last time, and he's gonna line that one up the middle for a base hit. Grabowski gonna stop at first this time around. So the first hit of the game, at least for Elmira, comes off the bat of Grabowski. He had the first hit in each of these games. It'll be Cooper Smith up next, batted fifth the first game, now batting second, also shifting over to right field from left. So John Ondis delivers on the low, strike one, catches the low end of the strike zone. Cooper Smith came into the day batting .286, had the single in the last game, and that'll be outside to even up the count at ones. Smith looking for another hit after he had two of them in the first game of action. Now 1-2 on the count as Cooper Smith looking to avoid striking out for the first time over the course of these two games. Reached base all three times last game, reached on an error the final time up. And that'll be outside for ball two, and the throw will get away from Connor Kiefer as taking second base is Aiden Grabowski. Aiden Grabowski with the steal right there. Would have gotten there anyways. And the Pioneers looking to strike first for the second consecutive game. They scored 2 runs in the first inning last time around, thanks in part to Cooper Smith. And that'll be a line drive into left field, and it is going to drop in front of Derek Jesmondi for another base hit. Pios have runners on the corners with nobody out to start off this game, and TJ Gramesti up next. Gramesti 0 for 3 in the first game, but on the year, the best hitter in this Pios lineup. Looking to keep that going here against these Americans. Ondis delivers on the first pitch to Gramesti. It's the foul tip right behind the plate for strike one. The lead runner is Grabowski at third base, and Cooper Smith across the diamond at first base. Gramesti gonna get hit on the back. Bases are now juiced. John Ondas facing some trouble early in this game. Ondas's games thus far have not come without struggle, but he was able to come away with a win his first time starting. This time, bases are juiced for the Pioneers. Could be trouble for these Americans. Hurley has been in this rotation longer than Ondas, so if Hurley had trouble with these Pios, Ondas might be a little bit even more of a rough go for him. Michael Palmer came into the day batting .296, doubled, and had a sac fly in the first game. It's strike one to him from Ondas. Still no outs, and the bases are all loaded up. Grabowski, Smith, and Gramesti outside to even up the count. Michael Palmer, cleanup hitter and first baseman for the second consecutive game. Spent some time at SUNY Niagara, now at Mansfield, and he's going to line that into center field. It's deep. Grant Moore backing up and moving over to make the grab for out number one. Runners tagging up from second and third. And coming into scores, Grabowski, Cooper, Smith now on third. Aiden Grabowski, the first hit and the first runner scored in both of these games for the Pios. They take a 1-0 lead on the sac fly for out number two. So 1-0 with two down in this top of the first. Ondas now pitching to Manganiello. Moves up from the 6-hole to the 5-hole. He caught the first game. Now he's going to play left field. It's ball one to him. John Ondas has a couple outs on the board, but has faced a lot of traffic and already given up a run. It's 2 balls outside to the batter, Manganiello. Product of Northwood, played 27 games there. Has been a regular in the Pios order since joining Elmira. That's going to be a line drive into center. Graham Moore going to back up and make the grab for out number 3. So John Ondas getting out of the jam with just 1 run allowed after the Pios had the bases loaded. We'll send it to the bottom of the first inning after the break. My apologies, only 2 down. Brendan Hammer up next. So now, runner on first, 2 down. As it was now it's going to be a stolen base for Gramesti. He's on second. Pioneers now lead 2-0. It was another sac fly. Graham Moore catching them both. And now Hammer, the upstairs pitch to try for third base from Gramesti. He's safe. TJ Gramesti with the 2-0 lead, and now trying to be the third runner to score on John Ondas. So the 2-0 count from Ondas. The pitch is inside for ball 3. John Ondas still struggling for that control of the strike zone. All 3 of the first 3 batters got on base. And that'll be ball 4. A 4-pitch walk by Ondas. Bases are now loaded, or now runners on the corners, excuse me. And now, runners on the corners for Elmira as Brett Baker, the 7th batter of the inning, comes up. Baker, an outside ball 1. The RBIs by both Palmer and Manganiello on sac flies, followed up by a hammer walk after 2 early hits for Elmira, still 2 runners on. That is going to be strike 1 to even up the count. Ondas has walked 1 and hit 1, as well as giving up 2 hits. And that is strike 2. On Brett Baker. Baker. Gonna swing and miss. That's strike 3, and John Ondas gonna get out of the jam, but run trying to score on that. Will not in the end. So 2-run score for a second straight top of the first for the Pioneers. We'll send it to the bottom of the inning after the break.
Fans, if you've been to a game, you know that I give away pizza to a lucky fan in the middle of the 3rd inning. But what you might not know is that Sammy's is located right across the street. They've also been family owned and operated for 3 generations since 1962 and originated the half tray of pizza. But if you're hungry at the game, you can stop by the concession stand and get a slice of Sammy's for yourself.
Back for the bottom of the first inning. My apologies on the confusion with the score bug on the number of outs, but we will give you the Americans lineup for game 2, as it'll be Tyler Hodella on the mound for the Pios. Grant Moore going to lead off this one, playing center field. Evan Core will bat second again in right. Nick Pass doing the catching this time, bats third. Derek Jesmondi into the cleanup spot, playing left. Chris Gazaldo, the 5-hitter this time, playing shortstop. Graydon Miller back in the lineup at first. Tristan Raley, his second game as an American. He's DHing. Connor Kiefer at second base after playing at third last night. Alan Ramos will take over at third base. And Jack Satinoff, the extra hitter, to round things out. Ramos, a hot game last time. He played a couple of hits. And now it'll be Grant Moore up for the first time today, and we mentioned a couple broadcasts ago, he has recorded a hit every time he's had Chipotle before the game. He had his Chipotle today, so should be good things to come for Grant. 2-0 Elmira, though, so he's going to have a deficit to overcome in this bottom of the first, with Hodella making his debut as a Pioneer. Moore showing bunt. And the strike is he is not going to pull back his swing there. Grant Moore. An on-base streak that's lasted since the beginning of the season. And there's a line drive into right center field. It'll drop for a base hit and now gets away from the outfielder. Grant Moore headed all the way to third base. And he is going to get there standing up. Grant Moore with the hit, and then advances for Moore. Grant Moore going to get credit for the triple. The first hit of the day for the Americans. And now Evan Core up next. Evan Core in this first game went without a hit. 0 for 3. In game 1 of this doubleheader, takes ball 1. Core, one of just 2 players to start both games today. Derek Jesmondi, the only other to play in both, as he is starting this one after coming off the bench in game 1. And that'll be outside to put a second ball on the count for Evan Core. Grant Moore with a leadoff triple, his 6th extra base hit of the season. Also has a lot of steals. That's a line drive right into the glove of Grabowski for out number 1. Evan Core going down there. Nick Pass will be up next to try and drive in Grant Moore. Runners left on base has been a big problem for the Americans for the majority of this season. Bats have also been a little bit hot and cold over the course of the year. 6 in a row to start the year, and most recently 7 in a row. Now they've lost their last 2 as Pass takes strike 1 on the outside edge. So Grant Moore, his on-base streak now spanning a grand total of 20 games. The pitch will bounce outside. Grant Moore going to come home as it gets away from the catcher Wagner on the wild pitch. Grant Moore coming around to score. And the Americans have a run on the board for the first time all day. Grant Moore, always good to come around and score. The speedster, after the triple, will score on the wild pitch. And now Pass with the bases empty. The high chopper sent to Grabowski at short, and now the throw to first is errant. Nick Pass going around to second base. It's going to be an error. Pass slides into second. So still just 1 down and a runner on second after Grant Moore scored on the wild pitch. Tyler Hodella already giving up the run. And now a runner on second, so a rough go for him, and his defense has not necessarily played to his benefit here thus far. I mean, Grabowski with the nice catch on the lineout by Evan Core, but beyond that, been a slow start for the D. Jesmondi will line that down the third base line, and that'll drop foul for strike 1. Jesmondi, redshirted his first year at Mount St. Mary's. And now in the transfer portal, looking at schools in Massachusetts and trying to use this summer campaign to boost his resume. Hodella checks back on his runner, now delivers. That'll get in there on the inside corner for strike 2. Jesmondi, one of the most patient hitters on the team, so let's see if he can climb out of this 0-2 count. With the runner on second, Nick Pass, who reached on the error. That'll be another one low. This time too far low for ball 1. The Americans looking to score Nick Pass and tie up this game. The pitch to Jesmondi. He will chop that foul down the third base line. He stays alive. Jesmondi this season has walked a total of 10 times. Let's see if he can climb out of this 1-2 hole. Started out with back-to-back strikes, so would be a very impressive feat. And Hodella checking back on Past again, now delivers outside to even up the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Nick Past, the product of Eastern Florida State, on second base. Came back local for summer ball after going down to Florida for his first 2 years at JUCO. That's a line drive into left field, and it'll drop in the gap for the base hit and more. Headed towards second. And now third is Derek Jesmondi. He will get the triple for his first extra base hit of the year, and Nick Pass will score. The Americans have tied this game at 2. the second triple of the inning. Gismondi had been looking for extra bases all season. He finally gets it. Chris Gazaldo looking to drive Gismondi in and give the Americans the lead in what's been a high-scoring affair thus far. A big contrast to Game 1 in which the Pios won 3-0. Chris Gazaldo takes the ball outside to start out this at-bat. Still just one down. 3 out of the first 4 batters have reached base. And that is going to stay high for ball 2. Game now tied at 2. And that'll be a pop-up. Headed into foul territory, and chasing it down is the first baseman, Michael Palmer. Will not make the grab. It goes out of play. So now the 2-1 count on Chris Gazaldo. Gismondi, the second to triple in this inning. Swing and a miss by Gazaldo. It's an even count at 2. And Gazaldo looking to avoid being the second out here. Had a couple of hits in the first game. So now moved up in the lineup for Game 2. The pitch from Hodella is outside to fill up the count. Chris Gazaldo. Batting average at .364. The pitch will be fouled off. Looking to get that OPS above 800. The pitch will be chopped foul. Gazaldo staying alive here. Eight RBIs on the season, looking for number 9 with Derek Gismondi on third base. Gismondi has some speed, so even if it's a sac fly or ground ball, should be able to score. But the check swing right there, and he did not go. He'll take ball 4. Chris Gazaldo makes it runners on the corners for Graydon Miller. Graydon Miller with an excellent game yesterday. Went 4 for 4, unfortunately, on that last hit. Was caught on the throw. Headed to second base and was not there in time. It was an unfortunate turn of events as the Americans were hoping to win the game in regulation, but went to extras and they end up losing to the Tarp Skunks 3-2 after Miller was out number 3. In the bottom of the 9th. Miller with runners on the corners. Gazaldo on first. Gismondi, the lead runner, on third. It's a ground ball. It is going to sneak into the outfield. Grabowski slid, but the run will score. Now runners on first and second. The Americans take a 3-2 lead. It's been a great bottom of the first inning. Not going to let the Pioneers hold on to that 2-0 lead this time around. Graydon Miller, credit with the single, the third hit of the day for the Americans. Matches their total in the run column. And Tristan Raley will follow him up. Just his second game as an American. Reached base 4 times without a hit his first game. That's a high chopper picked up by Grabowski to throw to second. Not in time. Rather just in time for out number 2. He appeared to be safe, but ump says no. Runners on first and third now with 2 down. The fielder's choice will retire. Graydon Miller. Raley on first, and Gazaldo now on third for Connor Kiefer. Kiefer had a little hit streak going to start the season, 4 games long, but has been without a hit his last 2 games. playing second after a game at third base that had mixed results. Inside for strike one on Kiefer. Kiefer now in his natural middle infield spot at second base. And here's the pitch. It'll hit Connor Kiefer on the upper body to load the bases. And Tristan Raley was headed for second anyways. Would have had the steal, but the hit by pitch going to wipe that out, and it's 2 down, bases loaded for Alan Ramos. Ramos 2 for 5 the last time he played out in Geneva. Has been waiting for that next opportunity, and here he is. And due to the error by Elmira, all runs at this point will be unearned for the pitcher Hodella. Hodella has already had 2 earned runs out of these 3. It's ball 1 outside to Alan Ramos. Ramos has the bases loaded for him. Gazaldo on third, Raley now on second, and Kiefer, who just got hit on first. The count is even at 1-1. That finds the outside edge of the zone. And Alan Ramos looking to add to his RBI total. Currently stands at 3. He's going to foul that off for strike 2. So now Hodella 1 strike away from getting out of this mess after allowing 3 runs to these Americans. Been a complete turnaround from game 1 of this doubleheader. It was all pitchers, and now it's all bats in this first inning. Hodella throws an outside ball, too. It's 2s across the board to the batter, Ramos. And just like that, the Americans will be able to give out free frappes after a day hiatus. But Ramos going to line that down the first base line for a base hit. 1 run scores, 2nd run coming in. Gazaldo and Raley going to score on the base hit by Ramos. It's now 5-2 Americans. Alan Ramos hitting that down the first base line to score 2 runs. It's RBIs number 4 and 5 of the season for him. And Jack Satinoff, the extra hitter, coming in. Just 1 hit all season long. Has had some strikeout troubles. Striking out 6 times this season. And a 1 for 12 start to the year. So he struck out half the times he's come up to the plate. His sole hit was a double here at Sal Magli, and that is ball 1 as Ramos takes second base. It's going to be the first steal for Ramos, and now sliding in is Connor Kiefer, but he will be out. Ramos taking the steal, but Kiefer caught at the plate. But nonetheless, the Americans leading 5-2 headed into the second inning. A huge 5-run burst they were waiting for as we head to the top of the second.
No, I'm kind of thirsty.
Me too. We could really use something.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Yankee Doodle Dan.
That's better.
Back for the top of the second inning. It's 5-2 Americans after a jam-packed first here at Sal Magley. Ball one outside to Carl Wagner. It'll be the bottom three of the Pios order to up here. Wagner, Dubeck, and Jacob Monis. Wagner, the catcher in this game, will take strike one down the pike to even up the count. John Ondas gave up a couple of runs in the first inning, but looking to settle in here. Both of those runs were earned for him. So actually the same number of earned runs as Tyler Hodella, because a few unearned runs came in for Niagara Falls. 2-1 on the count. The second inning is brought to you by Bully Hill Vineyards, a great place to have lunch and taste over 40 different wines. And that is going to be a chopper foul to even up the count. Carl Wagner looking to get on base here. In the first game, Wagner went 0 for 3. And that'll be a line drive down the left field line. It'll go foul. Little early on the contact, and the count is still even here between Ondas and Wagner. Americans out hitting the Pios 4-2, outscoring them 5-2. That's going to be a foul ball the opposite way. Liner down the first base line into the batting cage area. And a quick look around the PGCBL in this top of the second. 2-1 Muck Dogs in Game 2 against the Ironbacks. Tarp Skunks and Doubledays scoreless in the fourth inning. That's a ground ball to Ramos at third. The throw across the field in time for out number one. So the Pioneers have one down here in this top of the second, and Brandon Dubeck will be next. The DH today, product of Lafayette, batting .211 with an .899 OPS on the season. And Dubeck is going to pop that up in the shallow outfield. Graydon Miller going to move over as Connor Kiefer comes in to make the grab for out number two. Connor Kiefer back in his natural position at second base, and so far it's paying off. Jacob Monis will bat next, the second baseman for the second straight game, moving down from the 9 to the 10 hole in this order. Also played left field and DH over at Rhode Island College. First pitch from Ondas to him will get in there down the pike for strike one. A motion towards a swing for Monis, but it's a strike anyway. Monis takes one low. It's 1-1 on the count. In the first game of action today, Monis went 1 for 2 with a single and ground out. Only came up twice in the 7-inning ball game, and that'll be outside to put the count in his favor. Second baseman out of Rhode Island College, transferred over from UMass Dartmouth. Now a rising junior at RIC. Inside to put the count well in the favor of Monis. One more ball, and he takes first base, becomes the first base runner of this second inning. The pitch will be outside, and it's ball 4. John Ondas has given up a number of free bags to start off this game. That's his second walk allowed. And has also hit a batter in TJ Gramesti. Now it's back to the top of the order with Aiden Grabowski. Grabowski 1 for 1, led off the day with a single, led off the first game with a double as well. So the trusty leadoff man looking for another hit. He fouls it off for strike one. Grabowski did not end up with another hit after his leadoff knock in game 1. We'll see if that holds true in the second game as Past and Ondas meet on the mound briefly. Discuss the strategy here in the second time against Grabowski. Aiden Grabowski, the reigning PGCBL West Division Player of the Week. That's an award that Grant Moore won in week 1, and they're the respective leadoff hitters in this game. An interesting story there as it's a ground ball to Ramos, and that is going to be in time for out number 3. Some great base running by the number 10 hitter, Jacob Monis, but unfortunately for the Pios, Aiden Grabowski going to ground out, and that base running will not matter. We'll send it to the bottom of the second as the Americans have a 3-run lead. We'll be right back.
My fellow American fans, my name is Frankie Morris, your social media manager. You can join us all summer long with many promotional nights and tickets just as low as $10. You can call and get tickets at 716-215-6161 and take a crack at the action.
Back for the bottom of the second inning here on the Americans Baseball Network. And fans, the second inning brought to you by Bully Hill Vineyards, as I mentioned earlier. And to check them out, you can go to bullyhillvineyards.com. 2 up in this inning will be Jack Satinoff as well as Grant Moore and Evan Core. Jack Satinoff going to get a fresh at bat after Connor Kiefer was tagged out at home in the last inning. Would have been run number 6 for the Americans, but nonetheless a 5-2 lead that they'll look to build on. Satinoff 1 for 12 with 6 strikeouts on the season. That is going to be just on the outside edge of the strike zone. As Jack Satinoff looks for his second hit of the season. Had his first right here at Sal Magley. Drops low to even up the count. Satinoff. His power usually comes down that first base line when it comes, but a big cut and miss right there for the second strike on him. Tyler Hodella, in his Pios debut, has already given up 5 runs, just 2 of them earned due to an error by Aiden Grabowski. The pitch will be lined into the outfield. It'll go in left center, and it's going to drop and bounce off the wall for the double. Now Satinoff headed for third. It's going to be close. Can he get there in time? Yes. That is the 3rd triple of the day for the Americans. People like to say good things come in threes. How about bases in threes? And Graham Moore, who started off the day with a triple, up next. The Americans have been triples machines today. Satinoff's only hits this season have come on extra bases. 1 double, 1 triple. So when he swings it hard. Hence the high number of strikeouts and high number of extra bases. Grant Moore, the leadoff man, coming up for the second time today, takes ball 1 on a breaking ball that seemed to be an attempt at a backdoor slider, but just doesn't come enough inside. The pitch similar, and that's going to be a fly ball into left center. This time, the catch made by Brett Baker. Tagging up is Jack Satinoff. He will score on the sac fly. Americans now up 6-2 in this bottom of the second. This is officially the most runs the Americans have scored since their game in Geneva on Wednesday. Bats went a bit cold over the last few days. Now the Americans feeling it and looking to split this doubleheader with Elmira. That'll drop in for strike one on the breaking ball from Hodella. Hodella comes to the Pios from University of Bridgeport. That breaking ball will drop even lower and even up the count. Evan Core gonna take strike two in a similar spot. These breaking balls by Hodella are really working in this second inning. Did give up a run, but now trying to strike out Core. Instead, it's a liner into deep left field. Backing up is Manganiello. He'll make the grab for out number two, rather. And now, coming up is Nick Past. Nick Past is one of the most frequent flyers behind the dish for the Americans. Has split time with Dalton Harper. Delanto and Madison have also sprinkled in. It's going to be a pop-up into the shallow outfield. And now that catch will be made by Baker. He's caught a couple in this inning, and we'll send it to the top of the third as the Americans now lead 6-2. We'll be right back.
Fans, if you've been to a game, you know that I give away pizza to a lucky fan in the middle of the third inning. But what you might not know is that Sammy's is located right across the street. They've also been family owned and operated for 3 generations since 1962 and originated the half tray of pizza. But if you're hungry at the game, you can stop by the concession stand and get a slice of Sammy's for yourself.
Third inning here from Sal Magley. The Americans now lead 6-2. And this third inning is brought to you by, my apologies, had the wrong scroll right there, Casella, Salino Plumbing, Blaze Brockway Contracting, and Wright Beverages. Get all your alcoholic beverages thanks to Wright at Deb's Beer Garden down the third base line. John Ondas going to throw strike one on the breaking ball to start off this top of the third inning with Cooper Smith up to bat. Pios much less success in that second inning than the first when they scored 2 runs. That's a high chopper. Coming in from third is Ramos. He'll throw to first. He makes the play for out number 1. Ramos has been excellent in his return to third base. Played a few games at short in between, even appeared at second in last night's game. Now TJ Gramesti up next for the Pios. Gramesti on the day has not had a real at bat yet. He got hit by the pitch. And that'll be lined down the third base line for a base hit. Gramesti gonna stop there So a single for TJ, the third hit of the day for Elmira. It'll be Michael Palmer up next with the 6-2 deficit. Americans will have Derek Gismondi up when the bottom of the inning begins, but for now it's another ground ball that sneaks into the outfield past Ramos and Gazaldo to make it runners on first and second. Elmira with their fourth hit of the day to bring up Anthony Manganiello. Manganiello with the sac flies first time up. It was a pair of back-to-back sac flies by Palmer and Manganiello in that first inning that scored the 2 runs for the Pios. Ondis going to check back on Smith, now deliver. Outside for ball 1. Manganiello, rather it's Gramesti on second, but 1 down and 2 on as Gramesti is playing a game of chicken over at second base with the shortstop Chris Gazaldo. It's now 1-1 on the count to Manganiello. Ondis looking to settle in after that 2-run first inning. The pitch will drop low, and now Gramesti going to take third base. He was waiting for that steal and got it right there. Gramesti has been the star all season long for these Pioneers. Came into the day batting .424 with an 11-12 OPS and also very strong on the base paths. Right behind Graham Moore in batting average, and that's going to be a fly ball into shallow center. Connor Kiefer going to back up to make the grab for out number 2. Runners on the corners for Elmira with Brendan Hammer up next. Brendan Hammer, pretty ironically named. He's got a hammer for a bat. Came into the day batting .308 with a 727 OPS. So Hammer, his first time up. He walked and now looking to get on base again after ball 1. Next pitch will be a swing and miss by Hammer. Count is even at 1s. Or rather, it's 0-2. So 1 strike away, John Ondis, from ending this inning. That's going to be a high fly ball into center field. Grant Moore going to make the grab for out number 3. Pioneers get runners on the corners, but they get stranded. We head to the bottom of the third. Americans have a 4-run lead. Sammy's Pizza being given out at the stadium during the break.
No, I'm kind of thirsty.
Me too. We could really use something.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Yankee Doodle Dan.
That's better.
back for the bottom of the third inning. And fans, you know American season tickets are just $99. Come be a part of the fun this summer at Sal Magley. Stop by the concession stands and pick up your season tickets today to be a part of this historic season in Niagara Falls. And in this third inning, it's a new pitcher for the Pioneers after Tyler Hodella gave up 6 runs. Andrew Jones going to take over. Andrew Jones, a product of SUNY Niagara. ERA of 10. He'll be starting his freshman year at N-Trip in the fall. Has struck out 11 batters this year. So the Pioneers switching over to a left-handed pitcher to face these Americans, who happen to have a pretty righty-heavy lineup today. So an interesting decision by Elmira with just 3 lefties in the Americans' order today. That's Jesmondi, Satinoff, and Moore. Andrew Jones having some trouble with his hat out there, losing it on some fast pitches. Derek Jesmondi, the left-hander, will lead things off in this inning, followed by Chris Gazaldo and Graydon Miller, a pair of righties. Ethan Madison appears to be headed out to coach first base. Or rather, Paul Delanto. I could Derek Jesmondi to lead off this inning. He had a triple, his first of the season, in his first at bat today. Jesmondi just his 3rd hit all year. His first 2 were singles. And the first pitch from Jones will be the breaking ball that gets in the strike zone. It's 0-1. Jesmondi likely headed to Massachusetts from Mount St. Mary's after a year. That goes behind him. He has to duck to avoid getting hit in the head. It's 1-1. Andrew Jones. It's going to be a high chopper. That's going to drop in front of Monis. And it'll be in time on a close one for out number 1. Jesmondi trying to beat it out. He's one of the faster players on the team. Cannot get there. For any Pioneers fans, Farrell Hudson also back on his call across the press box for me. So, shout out to Farrell for all he does for that Pioneers team. Gazaldo fouls off strike 1. Base is empty and 1 down. As the Americans lead 6-2. That'll be just outside and upstairs to even up the count. It's 1s across the board to Chris Gazaldo. Gazaldo. A pair of hits in the last game. Now, an inside ball 2 on the curve. As Gazaldo looks to make it his 3rd hit in 2 games. That's going to be a line drive down the third base line, foul. Gazaldo has gotten on in this game. Back in the first inning, Chris Gazaldo walked and then came around to score. That's a high chopper. It's going to drop into the outfield for the base hit. Chris Gazaldo has 3 hits in 2 games. One of just 2 Americans to start both games of the doubleheader. Completely different story for the Pioneers, who only have 3 new players in the starting lineup compared to game 1. Graydon Miller will bat next, product of Drury University. Is already 1 for 1 today. Makes him 5 for his last 5 over these last 2 games he's played. Graydon looking to keep the hot streak going and advance Chris Gazaldo again. Check swing, he pulls it back and takes ball 1. Andrew Jones retired the left-hander Jesmondi on the ground out, but now the righty Gazaldo on base and another righty up in Graydon Miller. It's a breaking ball inside for ball 2. Gazaldo has the lead as another ball taken by the batter Miller. Tristan Raley is on deck. And Graydon Miller going to take one way inside to walk on 4 pitches. Gazaldo on second, Miller on first, and Tristan Raley up for the second time today. Raley 0 for 1 today. That was just his 6th at bat of the season. And now Raley looking to advance Miller and Gazaldo. That's going to be a ground ball down the first base line for a base hit. And everyone is going to hold up the stop sign at third by Cordero to Gazaldo. It's hit number 7 of the day for the Americans. Connor Kiefer up with the bases loaded. Had this situation last night and struck out. Can he redeem himself right here? Got hit by the pitch his first time up. Andrew Jones, the first pitch to Kiefer, is going to get in there on the low inside corner for strike 1. Kiefer got to watch for those breaking balls from Jones. Some great spin on his pitches, and another one, this time too far inside. One's across the board with the bases loaded. Force play is available at all bases for Andrew Jones, but a tough situation as Connor Kiefer's bat has certainly had its moments. That's going to be another pop-up for him to the first baseman, Michael Palmer, for out number 2. Connor Kiefer has been pop-out prone. Hits another one right there. Alan Ramos, the next batter, with a shot to drive some runs in with these bases juiced. Ramos, 1 for 1 today already, and takes a strike down the pike from Jones. Alan Ramos takes the strike on the breaking ball to make it 0-2. All 3 runners have a lead. Gazaldo on third, Miller on second, and now Raley on first. 1-2 to Alan Ramos. Tristan Raley's single was his first hit as an American. Far from his first time reaching base, though. He's reached a total of 6 times and 7 times up to the plate. Ramos going to ground that right back to Michael Palmer. It'll be out number 3. The Americans strand the bases loaded, but they still hold on to a 6-2 lead. So hoping to hold things down on the pitching side of things as we send it to the 4th inning after the break.
My fellow American fans, my name is Frankie Morris, your social media manager. You can join us all summer long with many promotional nights and tickets just as low as $10. You can call and get tickets at 716-215-6161 and take a crack at the action.
Fourth inning here from the barber shop. The Americans lead 6-2 through the first three. And this fourth inning here on the Americans Baseball Network is brought to you by Elks Lodge of Niagara Falls, Bikers Against Child Abuse, the Stalka Agency, and Red Robin Gourmet Burgers and Brews. Pios have not scored since the first inning. In this one, they will have Brett Baker due up alongside Carl Wagner and Brandon Dubeck. Americans inning ended with Alan Ramos grounding out right back to first base. So Jack Satinoff, the 10-hitter, will start off the next inning. And now Baker going to take a low strike one, catches the bottom edge of the zone. John Ondas in his fourth inning of work here. That'll be an inside ball one to even things up. Ondas in his third start of the year has also made an appearance out of the pen. That was in Jamestown about a week ago. The pitch will drop in the low edge again for strike two. John Ondas painting that low edge of the zone to get strikes here on Baker. Baker's 0 for 1 on the day. Just his second game as a Pioneer. Count is now even, a low ball two. So those low pitches have had mixed results for Ondas. Count is even. Baker coming from UMass Dartmouth, where he batted .284 with an .852 OPS this past spring. That's going to be a high chopper, and it goes all the way into the outfield for the base hit. The base hit for Elmira is their fifth hit of the day. Brett Baker with his second hit of the season. Now Carl Wagner up next. Wagner today is 0 for 1. And the Massachusetts native Brett Baker is on base. Baker grew up in Chelmsford, Mass. before going to UMass D. That is going to be a high fly ball into shallow right field. Kiefer coming for it to make the grab for all the way from second base. Connor Kiefer with the range for out number one. Evan Core thought he had it, but Kiefer helping him out. It's an interesting turn of events because Core's throw yesterday to Connor Kiefer at third. They just weren't on the same page there. That was an error by Kiefer. And now Connor Kiefer telling Evan he's got it all the way out and right. That'll drop in on the low edge for strike one on Brandon Dubeck. Brett Baker on first base and Wagner flying out into the glove of Kiefer. And now taking off is the runner on first. Baker is going to be a base hit for Dubeck as he lines it into left field. Runners on first and second with just one down. The Pios up to 6 hits on the day. We'll see if they can capitalize for some more runs. Just 1 hit shy of the Americans total, but 4 runs behind. Jacob Monis up to bat now. Monis, his first time up, took a walk. Ondas has walked 2 batters today. The other batter he's walked is Brendan Hammer, his first time up. The pitch will go low and away for ball one. Ondas hoping to avoid another walk here. Has been one of his better outings thus far. That'll go way inside to make it 2-0. Ondas going to have to refind his control of the strike zone with the 2-0 count on Monis. Monis has 4 RBIs on the year. He has a runner in scoring position in the form of Baker. Dubek is on first after the single, and that'll drop in on the low edge for another strike. John Ondas working those edges of the strike zone, and it's working. Ever since that first inning when he gave up 2 runs, it's been no more scored for Elmira. The Americans have scored 6 unanswered. All of those came in the first 2 innings as well. That'll be outside to make it 3-1. A walk here would load the bases for the leadoff man, Aiden Grabowski. Don't want to do that. Grabowski is 1 for 2. Certainly has some pop. Came into the day batting .314. Led off game 1 with a double as well. That'll be in there for ball 4. Bases are juiced for the Pios as Aiden Grabowski comes up for the 3rd time today. Grabowski led off the game with a single. Now looking for his 2nd knock to drive in some runs. He represents the tying run. The Pioneers have escalated this quickly with 1 down, and Will Cordero now coming over to meet with John Ondas on the bump. Some early action in the Americans' bullpen. Ondas expected to be relieved by Robert Leach, but he's going to hang in there for now. Americans have Leach and Tony ready to go. Grabowski will lead off the 3rd time through this Pios order. Grabowski is 1 for 2 today. Looking for his 2nd time on base. Swings and misses for strike 1. Grabowski with the early strike 1. Looking to recover here. Ondas with the 0-1 pitch. Another cut and miss. Grabowski in trouble with the 0-2 count, but certainly a capable hitter and a patient hitter. Has not struck out yet today. This would be the first if Ondas can complete it. Would come in a big moment with the bases loaded. Pretty much anything can score runs. Strikeout, pop-up, or double play is about it, but that's going to be a line drive to the glove of Chris Gazaldo. That'll do the job as well. Runners hold, and it's 2 down with Cooper Smith coming up. Smith no slouch at the plate either. He's 1 for 2 in this game after a pair of hits in the last game. Smith doubled and singled his first 2 times up today. Reached on an error on the 3rd time last game, and now 1 for 2 in game 2. So he's reached on 4 out of 5 times up over these 2 games of the doubleheader. Ball 1 will go away in the outside edge of that lefty batter's box. 2 down and a ball on the count. Runners on all bases. And that's going to be a ground ball right to Gazaldo at short. Sent to first in time for out number 3. The Pioneers straying the bases loaded. They've left a lot of runners on base. It's a problem the Americans had in game 1. But now the Pioneers in this game will send it to the bottom of the 4th after the break.
Fans, if you've been to a game, you know that I give away pizza to a lucky fan in the middle of the 3rd inning. But what you might not know is that Sammy's is located right across the street. They've also been family owned and operated for 3 generations since 1962 and and a Raiders donated the half tray of pizza. But if you're hungry at the game, you can stop by the concession stand and get a slice of Sammy's for yourself.
Back for the bottom of the fourth, and we want to remind you here on the Americans Baseball Network to follow us on all our social media platforms: Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, you name it. This season you can connect with the Americans like never before, all thanks to our social media managers, Frankie Morris and Leah Frawn. Those ats are on your screen right now. We'll leave them up for a few more seconds here as the Americans leading 6-2. Get ready to bat in this inning. Jack Satinoff will lead it off for the second time today. Satinoff will be followed up by Grant Moore and Evan Core. Satinoff has served as the extra hitter a couple of times, including today. Also has seen time at second base and in the outfield. Played a mix of second, short, and outfield back in high school. Goes to Trevecca Nazarene, but has not appeared in a game for them yet. Looking to prove himself for these Americans. That'll drop in on the breaking ball for strike one from the still pitching Andrew Jones in this bottom of the fourth. Grant Moore getting ready in that on-deck circle. That'll be upstairs to even up the count. Moore already has a triple today. So does Satinoff. He tripled later in the game after Moore and Gismondi tripled in that first inning. Satinoff followed up with a triple in the second inning. 2 strikes on Jack here. Looking to avoid his 7th strikeout of the year. Takes the ball low, showing some good patience as the count evens up. Americans lead by 4. Pio's got the tying run up last inning, but couldn't score any. That gets in there for strike 3 on the fastball. Satinoff sent packing for out number 1 as Grant Moore comes up with the bases empty. Grant Moore, a triple and a sac fly on the day, up for the 3rd time. Grant Moore has been one of the best hitters in the PGCBL, leads the league in average on-base percentage and stolen bases. Takes strike 1 on the outside edge. 23 steals this season. Shows bunt that goes foul. An unfortunate break there for Moore. Moore at 24 steals, actually. Got his 24th to tie his spring total last night. And he gets hit on the back. Grant Moore making an impact, reaching base for the 2nd time, but not necessarily how you want to see it. The Americans have taken a beating this year. They have a number of players that have been hit 5 times or more. Delanto, Core, Harper, and Miller all have been hit at least 6 times in a game. Graham Moore hit for the 4th time right there, and that'll be an upstairs ball 1 on Evan Core. Andrew Jones looking to dial it in after hitting Grant. But Evan Core has driven him in plenty of times this season. Can he do it again? Graham Moore taking off for second base on the ball, and he will get the steal, number 25, to match the number on his jersey. How about that for Grant Moore? Takes second base with the count at 2-0. So 25 steals and an on-base streak that now spans 20 games. He's in scoring position for Evan. Been a little bit of a slump for Core, trying to break out of it. He takes ball 3. 4-pitch walk could help him out, get him on base at the very least. And these two are the steal leaders on the team, so double steal potential with a walk here. Instead, it'll be lined up the middle for a base hit over the head of Andrew Jones. Coming around to score is Grant Moore. He will easily do it to make it 7-2 Americans. Pio's not even going to try for the throw home there. 8th hit of the day for the Americans, and Evan Core is safe at first, as Niagara Falls takes a 5-run lead. Nick Pass, the catcher, coming up with Core on first. A nice hit for Evan. Breaks a streak of 2 games without one, including game 1 of the doubleheader. Nick Pass going to line that into right field, and that is going to be caught by Cooper Smith for out number 2. Cooper Smith with a sliding catch. And but next up here is Jesmondi. He's going to ground that into center field for a base hit. It's his 2nd hit of the day. Runners on first and second. Hit number 9 for the Americans to bring up Chris Gazaldo. Rather, that was Graydon Miller. My apologies. Or no, it was Jesmondi. Excuse me. Graydon Miller on deck. But Gazaldo with 2 runners on takes strike 1 in the low outside corner. The pitch as both runners take off. It's going to be a double steal. 1-1 on the count, and now 2 runners in scoring position for Chris Gazaldo. Grant Moore scored earlier, but Evan Core taking third base, and now taking second is Jesmondi. Jesmondi, another one of the fastest players on the team. That's a high fly ball into the shallow outfield, and it is going to be caught for out number 3. Americans score 1, but strand 2 as we head to the top of the 5th. We're going to have a guest color commentator on. Stay tuned for that after the break.
No, I'm kind of thirsty.
Me too. We could really use something.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Yankee Doodle Dan.
That's better.
Back early for this 5th inning, which is brought to you on the Americans Baseball Network by Tropical Heating and Cooling. Call 716-870-0753 for expert service. And we have a guest here on the broadcast. It's Parker Gurnett, one of our Americans interns, hopping on the call for the first time this season. How you doing, Parker?
I'm doing pretty good, watching some nice Americans baseball today. Tough loss in the first game, but good to see him rebounding here in the second game. Just happy to be on and watching an inning of baseball here with you guys.
And Parker, I'm told that, Shane Prey, the one Fredonia player on the team, told you did not hear of him before coming to the Americans.
Not really. I knew that he went there, but that's really all I knew about him. But good to see another Fredonia player here, another Fredonia student. Obviously, our DJ, Cam, goes to Fredonia too. So good to see some small school presence here up in Niagara Falls.
Yeah, but Shane Prey has done an excellent job at third and now today first base for this Americans team. Aiden Klimzak coming in for John Ondas to pitch. Klimzak on the year 1-0 with 2 strikeouts, made his first appearance against the Ironbacks on the 24th, went 1 2/3 innings. And Aiden Klimzak, a product of Carson Newman University.
I don't even know where that is, to be honest.
Be in Virginia. Klimzak does have family around here, though. Staying with his grandmother this summer. Has actually had some family playing here in those high school, or rather the 13U games that were rented out to the field a couple weekends ago. But yeah, the Pios will have TJ Gramesti up first in this top of the 5th. Gramesti gonna pop that up, foul territory. Graydon Miller starting to head towards that one, but it drops out of play. Smart move not to bang into the bleachers there for Graydon.
Yeah, kind of keep yourself healthy the rest of the season. No sense in making a play that's not there.
Especially a guy that's started majority of the games at first base. One of the best hitters on the team. I mean, the guy is 5 for his last 5 over the last 2 games. Now that one's going to drop in the dirt. 1-1 on the count. To the batter, Gramesti. Klimzak delivers on the 1-1 and goes upstairs, parallel to the helmet of the batter, Gramesti. Gramesti coming from FAU, and today only one of 2 Division I hitters in this lineup. And he's showing it right there. It's a line drive that drops in the outfield. The cutoff man is going to be Derek Jesmondi, but Elmira with their 7th hit of the day, getting Gramesti on base.
Hopefully, you want to try to get him out first, big first out there, but set yourself up here for a double play, which hopefully we can see Klimzak get that double play ground ball and see if we can get 2 quick ones here.
I mean, yeah. Gramesti's never going to be an easy out. Just such a versatile player, great at the plate, can catch, can play outfield, extra hitting in this one, but Michael Palmer to follow him up. Americans hope to retire him. He pops it foul for strike 1.
Yeah, Gramesti batting .424 coming into this game, so power hitter for sure. Got 12 ribbies on the 1 home run, so.
Best average on the Pioneers headed into the day, and one of the best in the PGCBL. And now taking off for second is Gramesti. Will he get there in time? Yes. The throw from pass bounces before getting to the shortstop, Gazaldo. And taking second is Gramesti. He's got some speed on him as well. He's the whole package here for Elmira.
Yeah,
really a tough player to face.
Exactly one of those players you want to get on your team up here in the PGCBL. One of those, all-star players that really takes your can take your game to the next level. Play him anywhere, speed, good hitting, good defense.
The Americans have found their own in Grant Moore, as it's strike 2 to the batter Palmer. But yeah, Grant Moore leading the league in average on base percentage, stolen bases. He's been excellent. 20-game on base streak. The pitch from Klimzak is going to drop outside to even things up. Aiden, his 2nd appearance as an American, and he's looked very sharp so far, coming off an injury. And he has shined. Signed pretty early, but was not activated until recently because of the injury. Now that's a high fly ball into deep right center field. It's going back, and it's going to be caught by Grant Moore at the warning track. Headed all the way home is TJ Gramesti. He's going to score for the Pios. It ends up being a sac fly. My goodness, TJ Gramesti getting 2 bases on that deep fly ball.
Yeah, he really showed his speed there. You don't really see that too often on a deep fly ball to, right center and just able to speed right around those bases. Yeah. And the cutoff throw was just a little bit late, probably about a second or 2 late, would have had him bang, bang play there at the plate, but just cut off a little too early.
Moore certainly has the arm, as does the right fielder Evan Core, but not able to get it there. The expectation there would be to get one base, but TJ Gormesti going the extra mile. Quite literally, honest. It's 1-0 to Manganiello, the left fielder. That gets in there on the low edge for strike one. Klimzak placing that strike in a similar spot to where a lot of Ondas' strikes went. Bit of strategy for Americans pitchers to paint those edges. And it's worked out. A swing and miss for strike two. Klimzak looking for the second out with the bases now empty. TJ Gormesti led off with a base hit. Came all the way around to score between a stolen base and a two-base sac fly. I mean,
Good
foul
pitch
on the
there by Klimzak there.
Yeah, for
Good
sure.
foul, get that up to a 1-2 count here. So good pitch there. See if he can finish him off here.
Definitely, and yes,
go maybe-
Manganiello getting a piece of it, but
Yeah, go up high with a fastball here. We'll see if what they choose to do, though.
definitely. Klimzak looking to adjust on the 1-2, and
He did go up high, but
yeah,
just a bit outside.
seemed a little bit off target. It seems like he was going for the breaking ball that was going to drop back in.
Just didn't really get the break to it.
Exactly, but that's going to be a line drive into left center field. Evan Core chasing it down, and he's going to leap for it. An amazing grab for Evan Core. He has been a rock in right field this season.
Yeah, it's just an absolute excellent example there of his athleticism. Diving out, doing a little somersault there, and coming back on your feet. And there's Grant Moore giving the praise right out there, giving the good head tap. So
You saw it in his very first game as an American when he gunned out a runner for a double play all the way from right field. And he's just kept it up since then.
he's got a cannon of an arm, and he's got a great ball skills out there to track down those fly balls out into those gaps and take away those extra bases.
It's strike one now on Brendan Hammer. But yeah, Evan Core, Grant Moore, both some of the fastest players on this team. They're in the outfield for a reason. That speed has really paid off for these Americans to catch a lot of balls that for your average PGCBL team might have dropped.
Yeah, very, very talented players out in the outfield for the Americans. Here's now one.
Yeah, liner right to Grant Moore for out number 3. The outfield's been busy this inning, but we'll send it to the bottom of the 5th after the break.
My fellow American fans, my name is Frankie Morris, your social media manager. You can join us all summer long with many promotional nights and tickets just as low as $10. You can call and get tickets at 716-215-6161 and take a crack at the action.
Bottom of the 5th inning, Andrew Roberts back here with Parker Gurnett. But fans, do you or someone you know have a birthday coming up? Why not spend it with the Americans? Packages include 10 tickets, 2 large Sammy's pizzas, 10 drinks, customized Wegmans cake, autographed Americans baseballs, and special recognition at the game, starting at just $175. Sign up online at NiagaraFallsAmericans.com. And Parker, we've got the kids run coming up after this inning right here at Sal Magley. Curious to see if Yankee Doodle Dan will keep up that undefeated record in his second time running today.
I think
Big smack talker down there. Yankee Doodle Dan fighting not only for his country, but also for his wins. Yeah. But Graydon Miller trying to make it 6 hits in a row. He has been on an absolute tear over the last few days. Up to 13 RBIs on the year. And his batting average well above 300 now after kind of a cold start for this team. Here for his second year, and last year batted .287 with an .832 OPS, so he's just one-upped himself.
Yeah, one more RBI here to beat his total from last season here. So
We're only at the end of June right here.
I think safe to say he might go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I mean, the real question is, can he get there before the month ends? This is the last game of the month. If he gets a pair of RBIs today, actually already has one today, so up to 14. Just needs one more to exceed that. But already has tied his season long on June 29th.
He's having a pretty good season here at the barbershop. So we'll keep that up.
For sure. And his
Senior year at Hurley College.
now 3-1 to Miller. Looking to keep this going strong. And this at bat is going to be a pop-up foul, and it'll go out of play. Michael Palmer thought about it, but going to stop as he realizes how far that's going. Andrew Roxby now pitching for the Pioneers. Comes in this inning. He's had no runs allowed on the season, has struck out 2.
From Misericordia University down in central PA, kind of the middle of nowhere university. Gray Miller
I'll be,
pops out there to second baseman.
yeah. Almost felt like an infield fly of sorts for out number 1. Tristan Raley will be up next. And Raley just recorded his first hit of the day on his last time up, but funny enough, he's reached base on 6 out of 7 times up to the plate this season. Very patient. Yeah, strike 1 to him right here. Raley just looking to keep getting on base no matter how it happens. Yeah. Yeah. A good feat. Yeah, but Roxby going to throw one outside with the 0-2 count. Yeah, I mean, things can change so quickly in these PGCBL games. Pioneers led 2-0.
For the Americans scored 6 unanswered runs.
The Americans scored 6. And that's going to be a high chopper to third base. Raley going to be retired at first for out number 2. That's his only second time retired all season.
Showing some hustle there, trying to get out there and beat it out. You'd love to see that from somebody who doesn't get a ton of playing time here in the Americans lineup, but still good to see that hustle and trying to stretch it out and try to get an infield hit.
Definitely, and now 2 down as Raley is just beat out on that one. Connor Kiefer up next, looking for his first hit of the day. Kiefer just graduated Alfred State and going to send that one into the outfield. It'll drop for the base hit and more. Kiefer headed towards second. And after his 4-game hit streak was snapped, looking to start a new one in this game.
Yeah, that's a good piece of 2-out hitting there. Just keeping that contact and driving the ball out into just down the line, really, in left field. So good hit there for Kiefer to keep the inning alive here and see what Alan Ramos can do with it here.
Connor Kiefer, his first double of the season. To set things up for Alan Ramos, who's 1 for 2 on the day. Did not play in the first game today.
Kiefer only about an hour away from Fredonia, where Shane Prey plays, so possible newfound friendship going to their senior years there at their respective universities.
Definitely. I mean, Kiefer technically a grad student now, but still has NCAA eligibility due to his time in junior college. And Ramos going to line that into the outfield. It'll be caught by the right fielder, Cooper Smith, for out number 3. We will keep it here for the kids' run. And Parker going to stay with us for that, then head out as we head to the 6th inning.
Let's see what Yankee Doodle Dan has down there in store for us, if he has any tricks up his sleeve, Andrew.
Yeah, Yankee Doodle Dan tends to like to taunt these kids, so backpedal down the stretch of races, even turn back sometimes.
Flying out there today. Oh,
Okay.
The shoes are flying today off these kids.
Kid in light blue was catching up to him. Yankee Doodle Dan.
He almost stumbled there coming into third.
Making S-curves as he touches third base in time for the win.
And now somebody's got to go out there and collect those kiddos' shoes. There's about 3 or 4 of them between first and second there, so.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That was a
Oh, the kids will go out and collect them.
crazy
There's
kid.
one,
Yeah.
2.
I mean, if you lose your shoe, you're going to want it back right away.
It looks like there was 4 of them out there.
Yeah,
Yankee
one
Doodle
more kid
Dan will
coming to-
straddle across the infield there.
He's going to have to get these last 2.
But new pitcher here for you, Andrew. It's great to be on the broadcast here with you.
Thank
head
you
out
so
and
much
continue
for
a couple
coming
more
on,
things in
Parker.
the sales department, and hopefully we'll see an Americans win. Great to be on and share the inning with you there, Andrew.
Yeah, speaking of sales, trying to pack the house here on July 4th for a big game, fireworks after. Thank you so much for being on, Parker. It was great to have you.
No problem, Andrew. And we'll see you again soon, hopefully.
All right, well, awesome, but Brady Tony coming in out of the pen. But Brady Tony coming in for the second consecutive day. A 7.45 ERA, 10 strikeouts, 2 saves on the year. Chance to go 2 innings here. Wouldn't be a save as the Americans lead by 4. But the 6th inning here on the Americans Baseball Network is brought to you by Wegmans, Coca-Cola, Sammy's Pizza, and McDonald's. And as I mentioned earlier, everyone here at the park going to get their free frappes as the Americans reached 3 runs in the first inning of this second game of action. And now up to bat for the Pioneers. It is going to be Brett Baker. The center fielder will be followed up by Carl Wagner and Brandon Dubeck in this inning. He grounds it right to Gazaldo at short. The throw to first in time for out number 1. A seagull right in our camera view. Lots of birds here at Sal Magley, including our mascot Apollo. And now it'll be Carl Wagner, the catcher, with 1 down and nobody on. Wagner today is 0 for 2. And the first pitch will go low and away for ball 1. Carl Wagner. The pitch from Tony. It'll be a high chopper right over his head. Kiefer going to pick it up on the slide. He throws it to first. It will not get there in time. It's a nice effort, but it will be a hit for Carl Wagner, his first of this game. Wagner was also without a hit in the first game. He was 0 for 3. Now his first hit in 6 total at bats today. Next up for the Pios will be Brandon Dubeck. Unlike Wagner, did not play in the first game. He's DHing the second. 1 down, 1 on. That'll get in there for strike 1. From Tony. Tony, pickoff attempt unsuccessful at first base. Carl Wagner just recorded his first hit of the day in 2 games played. Tony, the right-hander, with the 0-1 count, pitching to Dubeck. It's over his head to make it 1s across the board. Brandon Dubeck came into the day with an 899 OPS. He's 1 for 2, so that OPS likely still right around 900. And Tony, the 1-1, gets in there on the outside edge to put the count in his favor. Dubeck, the righty, looking to make it hit number 9 for Elmira. And that's going to be a line drive into left center field. It will drop for the base hit. Runners on first and second. Pios have 9 hits now today. And Jacob Monis to round out this order for the 3rd time through. Has not had a true at bat today. His first 2 times up, walked twice. Did have at bats in the first game, rather. Was 1 for 2 in that one, before a pair of walks in game 2. Klimzak, or rather Tony, going to meet with Nick Past. This is the 3rd pitcher for Elmira as well. Andrew Roxby came in the 5th inning. Tony came in for Klimzak after an inning of work. John Ondas pitched the first 4. 1 down, runners on first and second. Those base runners are Wagner and Dubeck. That's going to be a ground ball right up the middle, gets past Tony. Kiefer going to throw it to first, gets out number 2, but the runners advance. 2 runners in scoring position for the Pioneers as they bring up their leadoff man, Aiden Grabowski. Grabowski has only recorded hits on the leadoff appearances of the games. Each game had a hit to start things off, but only 1 hit per game thus far. Up for the 4th time today, he's 1 for 3. First pitch from Tony is going to be low and away for ball 1. Aiden Grabowski with the 1-0 count and 2 runners in scoring position. Going to send it into the outfield for the base hit. It's his 3rd hit of the day total. 1 run score, second one coming around, and will score in time. The throw only going to second base. Base hit going to make it a 2-run ball game here at Sal Magley. The tying run at the plate for Elmira in the form of Cooper Smith. Cooper Smith, the switch hitter, batting from the right side to face Tony. Predominantly a righty, but can bat left. Will go outside for ball 1 on the count. Cooper Smith on the day is a grand total of 3 for 6. He's going to pop that up right to Chris Gazaldo for out number 3. So 2-run score, but the Pios still down by 2 as we send it to the bottom of the 6th after the break. We'll be right back.
Fans, if you've been to a game, you know that I give away pizza to a lucky fan in the middle of the 3rd inning. But what you might not know is that Sammy's is located right across the street. They've also been family owned and operated for 3 generations since 1962 and originated the half tray of pizza. But if you're hungry at the game, you can stop by the concession stand and get a slice of Sammy's for yourself.
Back for the bottom of the 6th inning. And fans, Niagara Falls Americans are a great place to host your group. And we'd like to thank everyone for coming out to the park tonight. Feel free to come back with a school, church, business, or youth sports organization. The Americans are able to offer great options and even picnics for your org or business. Reserve your group online at www.niagarafallsamericans.com. Jack Satinoff leading off another inning for these Americans. The extra hitter up with the 2-run lead. Looking to expand on that, get the Americans some insurance headed into the 7th inning. If the Americans can add some insurance, that would be great, because all they have to do is get 3 outs in the 7th and keep the lead to win this game. That'll drop down for ball 1 low at Satinoff's feet. Satinoff did not play in the first game, and so far in this second one, he's 1 for 2 with a triple. One of 3 Americans to triple in this game, alongside Moore and Jesmondi. That all came in the first 2 innings. Jack Satinoff with the 2-0 count. We'll take another one inside. That was a close shave. Pretty ironic here at the barbershop, as Roxby looking to avoid the 4-pitch walk. That'll go at the feet of Satinoff for ball 4. So he'll be on base for Graham Moore. Moore is 1 for 1. Was hit by the pitch and had a sac fly in his other at-bats. Led off the game with a triple. It was his 6th extra base hit of the season. His legs playing a big part in that. He's made some great contact all season long. Now has Satinoff on first base. That'll drop on the low outside corner for ball 1 on Moore. Grant Moore leading the team in RBIs. Looking to add some more, but it's a swing and miss right there to even up the count at 1s. Nobody out, Satinoff on first. Americans are tied in the hit column with the Pios at 10, but have 2 more runs than Elmira. Took the early lead and have held on since the bottom of the first inning. But Elmira slowly catching up. That'll drop into the strike zone on the breaking ball to make it 1-2 on Moore. Moore not a frequent strikeout victim. Has only struck out this season 5 times. Does not want to make that 6 right here. Trying to climb out of this 1-2 count. It gets in there for strike 3. Very low, but finds the zone to strike him out for the 6th time. Evan Core will be up next with 1 down and 1 on. And I mean, Grant Moore, only his second time retired today. The first was a sac fly, so I think he's got to be pretty satisfied with his day. Evan Core with Satinoff on first. We'll take one on the outside edge for strike one. Core 1 for 3 with an RBI on the day. Or rather in this game, he's 1 for 6 on the whole day. The pitch from Roxby is fouled off for strike 2. Evan Core with the 0-2 count and 1 down is way outside as Jack Satinoff will take second base on the steal. Satinoff now in scoring position for Core with a 1-2 count. It's the same count that Grant Moore struck out on. Satinoff that's his first steal of the season. Evan Core will swing and miss. That's out number 2. And now coming up is Nick Past. Past the last hope to drive in Satinoff and give the Americans some extra insurance headed into this 7th inning. Brady Toney still hanging around near the Americans' pen. Appears he will come back in to pitch the 7th. That'll drop in the dirt and allow Jack Satinoff to head to third. It's a wild pitch. So Satinoff taking 1 base on a steal and 1 base on a wild pitch after the leadoff walk on 4 pitches from Roxby. Roxby has recovered from that walk, striking out 2 batters in a row. Those are his first 2 strikeouts of the game. Only other pitcher for the Pios to record a strikeout today is the reliever Andrew Jones, who was the first one in for Tyler Hodella, the starting pitcher. The 1-0 count, now 2-0 count on another close shave to Past. Nick Past. Looking to knock in Satinoff, who's now on third base, but 2 down. So Past will need to get on base to do so. Big cut and miss. He chases on strike 1. It's a fair time to swing for Past with 2 balls. And the count in his favor. Pitch from Roxby is going to be sent up the middle. The fly ball into center field. It is caught by Baker for out number 3. Nick Past retired to end the inning. Brady Toney looking for the save in the top of the 7th when we're back.
My fellow American fans, my name is Frankie Morris, your social media manager. You can join us all summer long with many promotional nights and tickets just as low as $10. You can call and get tickets at 716-215-6161 and take a crack at the action.
Back for the top of the 7th inning, and Robert Leach coming in for Brady Toney with the chance for his first save of the season. Robert Leach, a 6.60 ERA, 1-1 record, 12 strikeouts. And this top of the 7th inning by Seneca Niagara Resort and Casino. The official casino of the Americans. More winning, more comfort, more entertainment. Go to SenecaNiagaraCasino.com for more. And the Pioneers will have TJ Grimesti to start things off in this 7th inning. It's the heart of their order. Grimesti will be followed up by Michael Palmer and Anthony Manganiello. Americans will only need to come up to bat if the Pioneers tie this or take the lead right here in this inning. And an update around the PGCBL while we wait for this inning to begin in just a moment. Robert Leach warming up, looking for his first save. We're getting you those scores in just a moment. TJ Grimesti on the day has gone a total of 2 for 5. Both of those hits coming in game 2. And for your score update, the Tarp Skunks defeated the Doubledays 4-0 in game 1 of their doubleheader. Muck Dogs sweeping the doubleheader over the Ironbacks. They win game 2, 2-1. Pilots already a 10-3 lead over Geneva in the bottom of the 3rd inning. That's your look at the West Division. Buckdogs won game 1 of the doubleheader 7-3. And of course the Pioneers beating the Americans 3-0 in game 1 of this doubleheader. Leach. It's gonna give up the fly ball to Grimesti. It's gonna drop in the outfield for the double, and now headed to 3rd is Grimesti. We'll see if he gets credit for the double or triple there. But he does reach 3rd base. There's been so many 3-base hits in this game. It will be a triple for Grimesti. And next up is Michael Palmer. Leach will throw that outside for ball 1. Grimesti's hit went all the way to the wall after dropping in the gap. Leach gonna find the corner for strike 1. Michael Palmer today has played in both games. Sac fly his first time up, then a double. Has gone a total of 2 for 3. Palmer also started this game with a sac fly. The pitch will go outside and low to make it 3-1 on the count. Or rather 2-1. Leach looking for the save. Doesn't have an out yet. That'll be outside now, 3-1. Pio's just recording their 11th hit. On the corners. And now it'll be Anthony Manganiello up next. Manganiello in left field. Is 0 for 2 on this game. 0 for 5 on the day at large. Nobody out. And now runners on the corners after the walk of Michael Palmer. Anthony Manganiello looking to drive in TJ Grimesti and advance Palmer. Robert Leach. It's been a rough go here in this 7th inning, but finds the outside edge of the zone for strike 1. Manganiello representing the go-ahead run for Elmira. The tying run is on first base in the form of Palmer. Pioneers started this game down 6-2 and then 7-2. It's a high fly ball into left field, caught for outnumbered one by Derek Jesmondi. It's going to be a sac fly. TJ Gramesti will score with ease. Has scored on a pair of sac flies today. So it is now 7-6 with the runner on first in Anthony Manganiello, or rather Michael Palmer. Ben Rohde now going to pinch run for Palmer. And Ty Martineau going to pinch hit for Brendan Hammer, forcing the opposite-handed matchup against Leach. An interesting decision by the Pioneers. Representing the go-ahead run, he takes the ball upstairs. So the Pioneers starting to make some subs late in this game. Got the pinch runner Rohde for Palmer. And now the pinch hitter Martineau. One ball and no strikes. And there's strike one to even up the count. Martineau, product of Flagler, started the first game and went 1 for 3, now pinch hitting in the second one. A little bit of a reverse Derek Jesmondi. And now taking off for second is the pinch runner Rohde, and he is just safe for the stolen base. But that'll be a strike on the count. And Martineau looking to drive in the tying run for the Pioneers. That run is now in scoring position in the form of Rohde, the pinch runner. Leach checks him and now delivers in there for strike 3 on the low inside corner. Out number 2 for the Pioneers. Rather, the call will be overturned. It's now 2-2 with 1 out. 2-2 count. Leach delivers. It's fouled off. High stakes for Robert Leach in what's now another one-run ball game. The third in recent days for the Americans. Or rather, the fourth. They won over the Muck Dogs. They won over the Tarp Skunks in the first game of 2, then lost a one-run game in extras to Jamestown last night. Count is now full in this one-run game as the Americans look to hold on. They've had a lot of close ones of late. They were dominating everybody to start the season, then a losing streak. Now it's been close games all week long. The delivery from Leach is lined down the first base line. It goes foul. And headed back to second is the pinch runner Rohde. Robert Leach, the product of St. John Fisher. The only Fisher member on the team, but far from the only here at Sal Magley. 3 Americans interns, or 4, including the second-year returnee Justin Royek, come from St. John Fisher. Count is full. Robert Leach getting ready for the payoff pitch. Leach checks back, now delivers. It's upstairs. Ball 4, runners on first and second. The go-ahead run is now on base, with Brett Baker staying in the game to bat next. The Elmira Pioneers are loading this lineup with lefties to face Leach and try and rattle him here. But now the double play available at first would be a big opportunity for Leach to end this game. strikeout would also do some good damage here, but that is going to drop outside on the breaking ball for ball one. Looks like Leach was trying to get that to drop into the strike zone, but not going to matter as he misses outside. A ball on the count. Runners on first and second, Rohde, and now the pinch hitter, Martineau. That gets in there for strike one on the low edge. Ones across the board. The Americans holding on tight. Looking to keep the lead that they've had since the bottom of the first inning and win this second game of the doubleheader. It'll be popped foul and go over everything into the third base concourse near Deb's Beer Garden. Count now in Leach's favor. 1-2 for number 12. He looks for out number 2. Carl Wagner is indeed on deck, so it will be a right-hander for Leach next. That's going to be an outside ball, too, way off target to even up the count. Brett Baker, only his second game as a Pioneer. On the season, is batting .400 with 2 hits. Runners on first and second. It's going to be a pop-up. And if this is caught, that'll be a good break for the Americans. It's caught by Chris Gazaldo for out number 2. So now the Pios going to need to get this base runner on if they want to extend this inning. Carl Wagner, the final hope for Elmira, but has the go-ahead run on base and the tying run in scoring position. All he has to do to extend this game is knock in Benjamin Rohde. Can he do it with 2 outs? A quick timeout first. Now, Wagner stepping back in. Leach checking back on Rohde, now delivering. It gets in there on the low edge for strike one. The breaking ball working. And the batter, Wagner, will not bite. It's now a right-on-right matchup. Good break for Leach after he had to face a handful of lefties in a row. And that'll be fouled off for strike 2. Robert Leach is 1 strike away from his first save of the season. Can he do it? Leach had a mix of starts and relief appearances this season. It's his 5th appearance out of the pen. Looking for the strikeout with 2 strikes here. The pitch, swing and a miss. Game over. The Americans get the split in the doubleheader. They win game 2, 7-6. Their 3rd 1-run victory out of 4 opportunities this week. The Americans will improve to 15-8 after splitting this doubleheader. Their next game will be right here at the barbershop as well. It's their 4th straight home game as they host the Newark Pilots. First pitch in that game will be at 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday. Come to the game or tune in right here on the Americans Baseball Network. But we want to thank everyone who stayed for the long haul and listened to these games here on the Americans Baseball Network. Final score in Game 1 was 3-0 Pioneers. Final score in Game 2, Americans 6, Pioneers 7. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to broadcast it all. I'm your play-by-play broadcaster, Andrew Roberts, signing off for the day.